വെളിയിൽ
Good morning, sir. Abhinav, sir, good morning.
Morning, good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay, okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
We will start at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you hear me properly? I mean, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be
Okay,
back.
okay, thanks. Okay, thanks.
The other heuristics that are important to consider
ഒന്നില്ലേ നമ്മുടെ
how
ഗ്രൂപ്പില്
to frame an issue. So here we see an example. You want
Anita ma'am, should we wait for a few minutes before starting or shall we start?
Media, we are waiting for our inaugural speaker, Simon sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, wait for 3 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
ഹിന്ദി പടത്തിന്റെ റീമേക്ക് ആണ് ഈ മലയാളം പടം. ഓ
പോയിട്ട് വന്നിട്ട് നോക്കും. Got it. അത് സെമിനാർ
Ma'am, shall we start?
Yeah, we can start. Yeah, I have joined. Yeah. Anita, madam, we can start. Yeah, I have joined. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Mira?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Warm welcome to the inaugural session of the 3-day online international workshop on research methodology and doctoral colloquium organized by the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Over these 3 days, we will have insightful sessions on harnessing data sets for public health and nutrition research, experimental economics, interdisciplinary models in ecological economics research, eco-swaraj, and behavioral economics. We look forward to the enthusiastic participation and active involvement in the upcoming discussions and deliberations from all the participants. Today, we have with us our beloved faculty members of our department and 2 key speakers, Dr. Gabriel Simon Tuttle and Dr. Abhirup Mukhopadhyay. Now let me invite Dr. Shija SR, professor of our department, for the welcome speech. Dr. Shija SR received her PhD from the University of Kerala and has been the coordinator of UG and PG programs of the School of Distance Education before joining our department. She is the Vice President of Kerala Economic Association and is a member of the IQAC of our university. Ma'am, please. Shija, ma'am, can you hear us,
Respected
ma'am?
Professor Anita, Head Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Sir Gabriel Simon Tuttle, Director, IQAC, University of Kerala. Professor Abhirup Mukhopadhyay, Professor, Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi. Professor Manju S. Nair, Dean of Social Sciences, University of Kerala. Dr. Christabel P.J., Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Professor A.K. Prasad, Director, School of Social Sciences, University of Kerala. Sri Siddiq, Director, University Center for Alternative Economics. Faculty members from sister departments and other colleges, respected resource persons, participants, and my dear students. It's my privilege to welcome all of you to the 3-day online international workshop on research methodology and doctoral colloquium. This program is the brainchild of Professor Anita V, Head Department of Economics, and she has been successfully organizing annual workshop on research methodology and doctoral colloquium for the last few years. Today, over this inaugural session, I extend a hearty welcome to Professor Anita. This workshop will be inaugurated by Professor Gabriel Simon Tuttle, Director, IQAC, University of Kerala. Currently, he is Professor and Head of the Department of Department of Commerce, University of Kerala, and he is the Secretary of Indian Accounting Association. Professor Simon Tuttle is the coordinator of the flagship career guidance scheme for school children, My Career, My Dream. Coordinated many research and consultancy projects. He was the director of IQAC when University of Kerala first got accredited by NAC with 8 in 2015. With immense pleasure, I extend a hearty welcome to Professor Gabriel Simon Tuttle. In this inaugural session, keynote address will be delivered by Professor Abhirup Mukhopadhyay from the Economics and Planning Unit of Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi. He completed Masters in Economics from Delhi School of Economics and PhD from Pennsylvania State University. He is an academician with vast experience in many prestigious institutions within and outside the country, such as Indian Statistical Institute, Institute of Economic Growth, National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, IIM Bangalore, London School of Economics, Institute for the Study of Labor. The list is very long, and he is a recipient of many honors and fellowships, and he has publications in very reputed research journals. We are really fortunate to have Professor Abhirup Mukhopadhyay with us. On behalf of the Department of Economics, I extend a very warm welcome to Professor Abhirup Mukhopadhyay. I take this opportunity to welcome Professor Manjuvesh Nair, Dean of Social Sciences, who is going to offer felicitations in this meeting, and Dr. Christabel PJ, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, who is posing water thanks in this function. I extend a hearty welcome to Professor A.K. Prasad, Director, School of Social Sciences, and Sri Siddiq, Director, Inter-University Center for Alternative Economics, Professor Abdul Salim, former Professor and Head, Department of Economics, and many faculty members from sister departments in University of Kerala and affiliated colleges are also attending this workshop. Along with research scholars and PG students from Kerala University, PhD students from other universities are also attending this function. I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to this workshop, and I'm sure that this research methodology workshop and doctoral colloquium will definitely be an enlightening experience for all of you. I welcome each and every one of you to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Anita V., Professor and Head of our department, for the Presidential Address. Dr. Anita V. received her PhD in Economics from Mahatma Gandhi University and is a member of the South Asian Network for Development and Environmental Economics. She is a certified financial education resource person of SEBI and specializes in health economics, environmental economics, and women empowerment. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Respected Professor Simon Tuttle, Director IQAC University of Kerala, Professor Abhirup Mukhopadhyay, the keynote speaker, Professor Manjuvesh Nair, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Shrija Esar, Dr. Christabel PJ, my dear colleagues, Professor A.K. Prasad, Siddiq, distinguished professors, delegates, and dear students, a very warm good morning to one and all. At the outset, I welcome you all to the 3-day international workshop on research methodology and doctoral colloquium. This is the 5th year the University of Kerala was sponsored to organize this program. This year, the research methodology workshop mainly focuses to support research in specific and emerging fields such as education, environmental economics, health economics, behavioral economics, and experimental economics. Eminent professors like Abhirup Mukhopadhyay from Indian Statistical Institute, Saudamini Das from Sanji Fellow and the Institute of Economic Growth. Then the environmentalist Ashish Kothari, Dr. Vijay Mohan Pillai, Honorary Fellow, gifted Dr. Zakaria Siddiq, Adjunct Fellow, University of South Africa, etc. are the resource person to handle the sessions. And in the doctoral colloquium, also we prepare, the papers are classified into studies on education, environment, and women and marginalized. Hence, I hope this is a great opportunity for researchers to interact with the eminent professors, especially those who work in these highly specialized areas. In this context, I thank Professor Simon Tuttle. He is a continuous source of inspiration to all of us. I express sincere gratitude to Professor Abhirup Mukhopadhyay, the keynote speaker, and I extend sincere thanks to all my colleagues. And this seminar is this international workshop is the outcome of the support given my colleagues and the students. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now let us move on to the inaugural address. Today we are fortunate to have with us Professor Gabriel Simon Tuttle, the internal quality assurance cell of our university for the inaugural address. Dr. Simon Tuttle is Professor of Economics at the School of Business Management and Legal Studies, University of Kerala, and is currently serving as the General Secretary of Indian Accounting Association. His areas of interest include banking, rural finance, human resource management, cooperation, etc., to name a few. Sir, I invite you to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, madam, and good morning, one and all. Professor Mukhopadhyay, Professor Dr. Anita, madam, Dr. Professor Manju S. Nair, Professor Shrija, Professor Prasad, other faculty members, distinguished delegates, scholars, students. Indeed, it's a privilege for me to have been given this opportunity to inaugurate this workshop on research methodology and doctoral colloquium. So before commencing with the inaugural address, I thank the Department of Economics for having given me this opportunity. And I also, with your consent and blessings, before we start off with the direct whole proceedings, with your consent and blessings, I declare this workshop and doctoral colloquium as inaugurated. Now, the Department of Economics is hosting a 3-day program on research methodology and doctoral colloquium. And now, being the IKC director, let me tell you very frankly that from UGC, from CSIR, from ICSSR, and from across the world, global rating agencies as well, we happen to hear a lot about research. What is happening with the quality of research? What are the issues of plagiarism? What are the interventions which are required? Of late, we have a new coursework on research ethics and so on and so forth. So research is very much debated, talked about. Now, I will just, because you are going to deliberate at length on public health, experimental research in economics, behavioral economics, so on and so forth. I am just trying to put across some thoughts, because this is a program on research methodology, on what is actually the key issue with quality of research. Is it something, has this got something to do with the research problem that is being taken up for the doctoral work? Or is it that you are going wrong with the methodology which you actually adopt? Or is it that you do not have a right hypothesis on the work that you're going to take across? Now, as far as I am concerned, what I find is that we have grown in terms of numbers, in terms of research centers, in terms of students who register for their doctoral program. But the key issue is we are not always in pursuit of knowledge, or the ultimate objective of our research is not always knowledge creation. It has moved towards something like a degree. Looking at degree or looking at research in terms of creating a degree. If you look at issues in terms of publication, issues in terms of patent, issues in terms of technology transfer, issues in terms of policy formulation, I understand from the theme of this workshop, there are lots of things when it comes to public health, when it comes to behavioral economics, in terms of policy, in terms of action. So there we have we are still having a big gap. Why actually are we in the pursuit of research? Is it just because I need a degree? Is it just because I need to get a promotion? Is it just because I need to get some increments? So methodology of research should actually begin from conceiving a true research problem, which is something which is live, something which does exist in the nation, in the country, in your village, in the context. So picking up something which needs to be researched formulating an appropriate design for the same, and then looking at the method will not work. I just which needs research. The basic domain in which a researcher need to exist is understanding researchable issues, and then looking at the design which is appropriate to that. Looking at the right kind of sample, looking at the right kind of analysis, looking at the right kind of methodology that you adopt, which needs to gel with that. So on that count, I think methodology workshops are more and more relevant. So we organize such methodology workshops very frequently, but often it is in terms of, okay, how are you going to analyze your data? How are you going to write? I'm not saying those things are unimportant. Those things are very, very important. But do you have something which is an issue which needs to be studied, and the knowledge from that which needs to be actually something which has to be which will get integrated into the economy, into the environment, into the knowledge domain which you operate. So on that count, you need to apply your minds. It's not just processing. It's not just an issue of data. Data is a raw material. It's not just an issue of converting it into an information. It's an issue of how it will end up in knowledge that can be applied skillfully with competence in a context. So on that count, your research theme, your doctoral work, it is something where the knowledge that you are going to put in is going to give meaning to human life, meaning to society, meaning to the economy. And that is where you have to ponder on how methodological aspects will create that transformation in terms of design and in terms of value that it promotes. So I hope you will deliberate on these issues in terms of what is being researched, how it is being researched. In fact, we are just finding answers to 2 questions. What is that you wanted to find out? Which is your problem? And how is that you found it out? So looking at this in that perspective and trying to make the entire process joyful in terms of transformation that it creates is what we need to address. So I wish all of you the very best in your academic pursuits, in your research pursuits. And I believe that this conference or workshop is just not going to be a workshop as such. You're recording, you're learning from very insightful speakers like Professor Mukhopadhyay, who is there with you. So they will give you right inputs, and you will try to integrate this into your day-to-day research practices. So I hope this will happen. I once again welcome all the delegates across the country on behalf of University of Kerala, and wish you all the very, very best. Thank you for this opportunity. I wish the Department of Economics also all success in their future pursuits. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Manju S. Nair, Professor of our department and Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Kerala, for the felicitation address. She is Honorary Director, Center for Agroecology and Public Health of our university, and is specialized in macroeconomics, econometrics, agroecology, public health, and decentralized governance and public policy. She has undertaken collaborative studies with NABARD, Norwegian University of Life Sciences, and the European Union. Currently, she is a nodal officer for concurrent evaluation of National Food Security Act for the states of Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Lakshadweep. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Meera. Good morning, everybody. Respected Professor Gabriel Simon Tuttle, Professor Anita, Professor Abhirub Mukhopadhyay, Professor Prasad, Professor Sheija, Professor Christabel, Sri Siddiq, dear teachers, friends, and students. So first of all, thank you, Professor Simon Tuttle, for giving us a very comprehensive overview of the research process and outcome of research. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that it's going to be a productive 3 days for all those who are attending this international workshop on research methodology. And as Professor Simon Tuttle pointed out, the need for getting familiarized with appropriate methodology for pursuing one's research is the most serious challenge faced by researchers. And we know that when it comes to publishing one's articles in reputed journals, that's documenting the knowledge that we have created. Our papers are many times not accepted because we don't have a robust methodology, and hence our research results also become questionable. So doing scientific research and getting it published, knowledge creation and knowledge documentation is a challenge faced by researchers, particularly social science researchers. And I feel that it is really rewarding that the Department of Economics is organizing such a workshop on research methodology. And this workshop, I am sure, is going to benefit all of us in an immense way, because we have very eminent scholars speaking on the methodology of different domains of social science research, including education, public health, nutrition, experimental economics, ecological economics, behavioral economics, etc. And I appreciate Dr. Anita and all others for the efforts taken in organizing this workshop. So wishing you all the very best, and I request all researchers to make good use of this workshop in your research work and in your publications. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now for the keynote address, we are elated to have Professor Abhirup Mukhopadhyay of Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi, who would be talking to us on the topic, Economics of Education, Some Empirical Issues for India. Professor Mukhopadhyay is an expert in the fields of development economics, education, labor, and health, with publications in highly respected journals. He received his PhD from Pennsylvania State University in 2004 and was the Ratan Tata Senior Fellow at the Institute of Economic Growth. He was also a visiting professor at Ashoka University, University of Connecticut, National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, and IIM Bangalore, and honorary research fellow at the London School of Economics. I invite you, sir, for the keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start off by giving, saying thank you to Department of Economics, Kerala University, for inviting me. In particular, Dr. Anita, for extending this invitation. I'm going to, jump into a presentation soon. But before I do that, I have to also say that, it's a bit of a handicap to be speaking to students through a small lens of Zoom. I prefer a more interactive session, but unfortunately, we are kind of constrained by this. So I don't know what the format will be, but I request, if possible, if students have some queries at some point which they think they must definitely ask to kind of move on. I don't know what the format is, but if that is allowed, I am fine with that. Having said that, I would prefer to keep some time in the end for discussions with students that may be about the topics that I cover or something else. I'm happy to chat. Okay, so let me try to share my screen. Just give me 1 second. Is my slides visible to everyone? If one of you can just confirm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, we are set. So thanks. When I was invited to give this talk, there were two aspects that I thought I could possibly talk about. So either we could talk about the research methods that go into the empirics. It's a topic in itself. Econometrics, causal identification techniques, and so on. So and latest methods in econometrics. But I think that would be a big constraint given the non-interactive kind of nature of this talk. So I've decided instead to focus on issues which, as was pointed out, is an important thing. In fact, if I remember my days as a student, I think that research tools can always be learned, especially now when everything is online. It's always the the issues that, what do I work on, which which plague us, and sometimes that takes joy completely out of research. And as was pointed out, a certain sense of joy and elation is actually the cornerstone of doing research. Otherwise, it can very quickly become a very boring thing. So I'm going to talk about various issues. So I'm not going to focus very deeply on any one issue, but I'm going to provide, various inlets into various aspects of research on education as done by economists. So my lens will definitely be that of an economist, because I am one. I am cognizant, and you should be cognizant of the fact that the research on education is not just done by economists, but also by people for whom this is the primary field, which is education. So, there are various ways to look at this issue. So while I could have gone very deep into one, I'm going to just talk about various topics that one might find interesting to pursue and move into. Okay. So my talk will give you a brief background on some basic issues in India, just to set the context. I'm sure those who are interested in education probably know these things already. Now, there are various ways to look at the topic of education. You can think about education as being, education is part of human capital. You can think of human capital as being a capacity of an individual. As you know, the capability approach of Amartya Sen and the UN and so on and so forth considers, education to be an outcome in itself that enables human beings, and there is nothing wrong. In fact, that's a very, very positive way to look at education. But what tends to happen in policy is that while things like education and health are socially desirable objectives, whenever one has to do policy, what is involved is some sort of a money metric, right? Because after all, you're going to spend funds, and funds come from, they come from one head and go to the other head. So there is always contestability issues on usage of funds for social issues like education and health. So one way to do advocacy for various issues of education and health, I dare say, are to basically look at them in terms of what they buy, in terms of the economy. Now, the economy can be defined at the individual level, which is in terms of your pecuniary, what kind of salaries you get, what kind of income it brings. It can be viewed in terms of productivity, which is linked to salaries, if you believe some of the neoclassical work or even later work that shows there is some link between pay and productivity. And you could look at it also at a very macro level, because when big decisions are made, typically governments are deciding long-term strategies or even short-term strategies and thinking about, if I put in this amount of money, what will I get out of it? Okay, so so I just want to repeat that education and health are good things in themselves, and there are, those could be the outcomes that you're interested in per se. But to translate that and to look at the impact on various, economic objects like income, GDP, and so on and so forth, gives it a policy traction.
Thank you so much, Vijay sir and Vijay sir as well. With this, we have reached the end of the inaugural session, and now we are moving on to the first technical.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to talk a bit about the macro and the micro of what is called the returns to education. Now, this is going to be an old literature in terms of micro. I will talk a little bit about some problems that you might face, just because as soon as you start working on it, you will face this kind of standard problems in trying to figure out returns. But there is more modern work on looking at, so I'm going to talk about the macro and the micro returns to education and the literature for it and the evidence for India in particular, and where opportunities lie in writing and publishing more papers and just learning more. Then there is a more other aspects of education. Now, all of us know that just being enrolled in school or having some years of education is a very coarse measure of education. Ultimately education is about knowledge, it's about skills. And so there is a large burgeoning literature starting from the US, but now definitely in developing countries, on looking at other aspects of education. So for example, I'm going to talk about STEM, science, a very hot topic in research currently. I'm going to talk about English proficiency, which has been around for some time, but it's still important, and I'll talk about that. So in the first part of my lecture, I will focus more on looking at the impact of various things in education on, conventional objects like income, GDPs, and so on and so forth, and talking about the problems in doing this. In my second part of my lecture, I'm going to think about the production of education. And while I will talk about, I don't know whether I'll be able to spend too much time on this, but I'll talk about one schooling input, which is schools, and something that is debated a lot, and as a matter of is part of education policy, is this idea of school rationalization in India there is a proliferation of schools, even public schools. And I'll talk a little bit about the recent measures or a thought process in policy on trying to consolidate, to have bigger schools instead of having many small schools. Yeah. So with that in mind, let me move to a broad context, right? So the figure here, which looks like many numbers and many graphs, I would like you to focus on just the impression of it. And the impression of it is probably best given by the blue line, which is the average years of education. And what it shows is that India, for whatever we might say about, about our limited progress on many social indicators, has, made some progress over the last 40, 50 years in terms of education, right? From 1.7 years of education, an average for the population, it's up to 5, and now by 2017-18, it's even a higher number. But one thing that you must notice about this line is that it's a line that is chugging along at a constant rate in a certain way. So one of the things to read from this is that, while there is different texture to growth of education in India over the long run, whatever people might say, it seems that at least till 2011, it's a constant chug. There is no spectacular phase of immense growth and so on and so forth. And this is in contrast to, for example, the recent growth of higher education in China, which has within one decade or 15 years completely transformed education in China. India has never had phases like that. India is this, the cargo train kind of moving along, chugging along slowly over time. Okay. All right. So that's good. It chugs along. Now the question is, if you were a policy person, right, and you asked yourself, okay, education is very good, it's a socially desirable object, but we hear all stories about education as an engine of growth, education as changing the economy, making it a knowledge economy. The truth of the matter is, not just for India, but for a large number of countries, especially developing countries, if you basically had a regression, which is nothing but a correlation between some sort of, measure of growth, like per capita growth of GDP per worker, or, TFP, which is the total factor productivity, or just GDP, which is basically the level, right? So the growth as well as the level of GDP. And you take various countries in the world and you put them together and find correlations through regressions. You see that red box. So whenever I put these boxes in these talks, that's where I want you to focus on. Otherwise, there seems to be a lot of numbers. It seems that so whenever you see stars, you will see it means that the relationship is statistically robust, right? That's not zero. It's some number which is either positive or negative given the magnitude. So if you notice these numbers, you will see that there are no stars. So basically it means that actually if you take countries all over the world and you do some very good regressions with controlling for various things, this is from a paper by Land Pritchett, who's a very well-known person in policy, in education policy, who in 2001 wrote a paper in the World Bank Economic Review saying, where has all the education gone? So we are doing all this education, it's a great goal in itself, but where has it gone? Because we don't see it. Once you control for some things, we don't really see its impact on either the growth or the level or measures of productivity given by TFP. Okay, so this in fact, this paper started a whole series of literature that everyone kind of assumed this was true, but when they started looking at this evidence in a robust way, they found that it doesn't seem that there is an effect. Now you could say that the conventional kind of measures of education are noisy. Like for example, I just told you about the average years of education, right? You could say years of education, someone studied till 12, someone studied till 8. We know education systems in India, there is people have just progressed through it even if they don't know anything. So if you challenge that, you say no, that's we don't want that. We actually want like what people know. And you see those two things, test scores and various standardized measures, and you again see this red box with no stars. In fact, they have very large standard errors. So in fact, these are statistically zero. So it's not a matter of just the years of education. It seems that even if you had better measures of education and you looked across countries, there is no robust correlation between economic development or growth and education, right? So this was actually a very, very stark paper, which pointed out that there is either something wrong in the way we are trying to measure this correlation, or maybe there is no link, right? So it gave a challenge to people who are working on saying education is useful. So the learning in 15 years since, 20 years since of this paper is we have some very important things that we know about how to do this, how to figure out if education is useful for growth. The first thing we learn is that cross-country comparisons are not valid, right? So if you notice the regression that I put various countries. So in fact, I'm comparing across countries to say if this has got a higher education versus that other country, does it grow faster? Of course, I control for many other things which I think are different, but the countries are too different. Even controlling for things that we observe, like capital stock, land, so on and so forth, is not enough to give us, to give us this comparison, right? And if that is so, first thing that goes out of the bag is cross-country comparisons, which is in some sense good, because for many, many years, this is what was being done to make a case for education. Now, there are some, subsequently, I mean, even before this, right from the 80s, there has been this idea of using longitudinal data, which is called panel, where while you use many countries, what you are basically looking out for is you're looking out for the temporal change in each country. So essentially, it's like a time series, but it's being done on many countries together, right? So basically, we are trying to figure out the correlation between education or causation between education and the economy by looking at how particular countries progress over time, right? So in this kind of analysis, we are not comparing necessarily across countries, we are comparing within the history of each country, and we are trying to basically come out with an average effect. Now, this is one way out. It takes care of many problems. Those who know panel data regressions or have done these things or heard of these things, all it does is, because you're looking at a country over time, we are not subject to the fact that that we are comparing across countries. So if countries are different, this is not something that affects this kind of analysis, because we are looking for the same country. Now, the problem with this kind of analysis is that once you look at the progress of a country, then you are basically, discovering this correlation between education and growth, let's say, from changes, right? Changes over time. Let's say adjacent years. 1 year education goes up, does GDP grow up for this particular country? But the problem is education is not like something like exchange rate or capital flow, that 1 year it will be high, 1 year it will be low, there will be fluctuations which give us changes, and then we can ask, did GDP change because of that? It's not a variable like that. It's a very, very slow moving variable. It's a chugging along for every country, unless you have some spectacular countries like the China, which kind of change it overnight. For most countries, it's a gradual process. And whenever you have gradual processes, it's very hard to use temporal change for a country to find correlations. Okay, because it's like a trend, it just goes up over time. So now, if that be the case, so many panel data regression papers which are using a longitudinal work on many countries, they find that again we have nothing. We get results which look statistically insignificant, that we can't reject the hypothesis that they're actually zero, that there is no effect. This gives a great opportunity for many of us. Okay, and because the verdict now in this literature, in fact in many literatures around these kind of variables, even health for that matter, is that one needs to move to a country level, right? So you need to work on India, let's say. It's not a special case. So as this pointed out just before my talk, that it's very hard to publish work on India. It's not, it's not just tools. You will realize over time that many international journals, for example, will say, we're not interested. India is one country in the world. Why? So what's so special about India, right? And so many very deep analysis on India, very contextual analysis on India gets rejected in journals, even if your work is good, by saying that, okay, what's the big deal? I mean, why are we not studying the US or Europe or, some other country? Now, the advantage of these first two criticisms of this literature is that once you realize that you cannot do an analysis or you cannot find the relationship by pooling countries, then even if you wanted to say something robust, you would have to move to a country level. Okay. Now, of course, if you worked at an all country, like if you worked on India per se, but then India per se, you would get a time series, you'd get 50, 60 years of data. In the world of big data and, in the world where data methods rely on the size of data, 50, 60 is no sample number. I mean, for many variables, you'd probably get 30 years data. A 30-year variable analysis is really not enough data to be able to say anything. Okay, you will typically again get insignificant coefficients. But the advantage is, once you don't think of India, just tracing India, but you think about sub-regional analysis, which is think about this, again, constructing a panel or constructing, looking at various units, and you go down, right, to the state level. Of course, state level, you'll get 16 states of India, because that's the number of states that you get uniformly good data for many, many years, maybe 20 states. But that's 20 into about a 50, 100. That's also not that big a data size. Move down one level, district, right? Even if you move back in time and you're constructing a panel data set on districts, even from 1991 census, you would get around 500 into 1500 data points. Moved on one more level, block, you would get even more. Moved on one more level, village, you would get even more, right? And the advantage is that it's not just that you're writing a paper on a village of India. The requirement to move down to a block, district, or village is in fact dictated by the international literature, saying that what we need to figure out a very, a robust relationship, right? Whether it's true or not. It doesn't mean that education has, it means to evaluate whether education has a relationship with GDP, we have to move down, right? We have to see within a country, because they are more similar in education policies, maybe even within a state, because they are similar in their education policies, in the culture and various attitudes towards education. So if those comparisons are not like you're comparing apples and oranges. So if you take Kerala and you take all the villages of Kerala or all the urban wards of Kerala and compare them over time, they are more similar. That comparison is more valid than comparing Kerala to Colombia or some South American country, right? So the good thing for all of you is that a very deeper study and a granular study of India is in fact something that would be appreciated in an international community of researchers, which you can defend this as saying, I am not working on this because I'm interested in a village of Kerala. That you may be interested, but an international referee may not be. Why you're doing this is because you are answering this basic question that is there relationships between human capital and GDP? But for this, you have to go granular, and that is why you're going granular, right? So you can marry two things. You can marry your interest in very, very granular things in India with a larger pan-international call for going granular to get robust relationships. Okay, so this learning is very important because it can help you motivate a lot of the research that you do on India. Okay, so what are the basic challenges you would face in terms of methods? I will talk very briefly about methods, but I will just tell you in this literature, and this is true for health too, by the way. The basic problem in figuring out relationship between education, health, income is reverse causality, which is, does education cause income or does income cause education, right? Because after all, education is a normal good. As people get richer, people demand more education. So it's always problematic, this particular thing. In particular, another thing that really can bother a lot of people is if you observe educated places with high education have higher income, and you're comparing two places, one with low education and one with higher education, and asking whether, so the place with higher education has higher income, so does education cause income? The problem is that there is mobility in society, and as people move, of course, higher income places attract higher educated people, right? So the fact that Trivandrum has a lot of educated people, is it that the educated people cause the income of Trivandrum, or it is that Trivandrum is a richer place and a lot of educated people go there for livelihoods? So this is the classic problem that you will face in any analysis which are kind of comparing regions. Okay. The other problem is that education is not a thing in isolation. Like think about Kerala. Kerala has high levels of education, but Kerala has many things that are very functional, right? It has, a certain attitude. It's got better health. It can have better practices. Can have better law and order. It can have higher savings behaviors. People like maybe in these societies understand that savings is important. It can have different trading practices, and there is only so many things that you observe about regions, right? These are typically called institutions. They're called institutions because they're very hard to sometimes quantify with data, right? Even culture of a place is a part of an institution. Many a times they correlate with education and they cause higher income, right? And so if you cannot observe these measures of other institutions, then when you find that education causes higher income, it may be that it's not education, it's just something else. Maybe it's law and order, maybe it's attitude of its people that causes both higher income as well as higher education. So what we get is called spurious correlation, that we find that and this is generally true all over the world, right? So this is a problem that a lot of people will talk about in this literature. With those two things in mind, let me tell you what some of the evidence is as you move from the above levels of India to its various granular levels. Okay, so what I would like you to focus on this table. So this is a state level longitudinal data. I'm not going to talk about the methods. You can look up, these are all published papers, so you can look up the methods. They all address issues of these two last issues that I talked about. So that's basically what the publishing is all about, trying to convince people that those two things are not a problem in this analysis. So this table is what's called an IV regression, an instrumental variables regression, which tries to address But I don't want you to think about that method. I want you to look at the particular coefficients. The 1, A and B basically reflect that these are, in this paper, the only significant variables. So the 3 variables that we consider are the share of population with tertiary education in a state. The second one is the share of secondary education in a state, secondary schooling. The third one is the proportion of people with just some primary schooling. Okay, and we are comparing everything to regions with the share of literacy. Remember, you are partitioning the society into illiterates, people with primary education only, then with only secondary education, and then people with university education. And these are shares. If you actually take data over time for a country like India and at the state level, what you find is that growth correlates, perhaps causally, exclusively from the share of working population with tertiary education. So we consider here people who are 25 and above. That's the standard way in literature to think about people, working population, because they would have finished their education by then. So what this points out is that the secondary education doesn't seem to have any correlation. Primary education only, right? So of course, to get higher education, you need primary education. When I am pointing on primary education, I mean the share of people who have studied till primary and then stopped, have not studied further. So this particular table seems to indicate that the only way the economy gets some growth out of people's education is if they actually complete tertiary education. Anything lower, you see no stars or no A's and B's and stuff, that means statistically there is no correlation with growth of per capita GDP. Now, here's a stark policy decision you could think about, right? You could say, all right, from a lens of education, yes, I understand that we must get everyone literacy, we must make everyone, empowered enough to be able to write their name, and Kerala has had spectacular success in that. But you could ask yourself that, let's say we don't have the opportunities, the years that a state like Kerala has had, which has worked on education policy for not just a few years, but for decades. Let's say moving forward, we wanted in the next 10 years to be able to get something out of our education. It will not be possible to get that out of increasing literacy rates or primary school rates, because they will take a long, long time to come to the level which is meaningful for the economy, right? So here's a stark difference between educationists and economists. An educationist would say this regression is not relevant because we must increase people's school levels. Even if they stop in school, that's fine. Okay, that's a good outcome. And you should always acknowledge and understand where they're coming from. You might also be coming from there. But as a policymaker trying to think about how to stimulate India's growth and what kind of education would lead to growth, there is another lens, which is that what will it get you in terms of growth? And here's a stark comparison that 1% change in graduation completion among matriculates. So think about everyone who's completed matriculation in India, and among them increase higher education rates by 1%. It has the same effect as a policy which decreases literacy, right, by 13%. So if a particular state just, all it does, it just opens up some schools and then it says, okay, it'll go along, people, some of them will drop out, but it's fine. Some people will reach different levels. Some people will become higher educated. If you follow a policy like that, any policy which is a 13% decrease in literacy has the same impact as increasing 1% of graduate education. It does not come out from this table. That's an auxiliary table. But it's based on these kind of estimates, right? So that gives us a sudden question, right? Okay, you can work on primary education and so on and so forth because those are important. But do we need to have a more intense look at higher education? Now, if you look at, so one thing you could say is, okay, people who complete matriculation or higher secondary, they are selected a lot. So is there any margin there? Maybe all of them go ahead and complete primary graduation and get undergraduate degrees So maybe there's nothing to be done there. When I'm saying increase it by 1%, maybe there is nothing to increase. But that's not true. If you look at these particular census years from 81 to 2011, if you focus again on this big blob that I have put, if you take people who are at least got higher secondary, only half of them actually go ahead and complete graduation. Okay, this is, and again, like many things in education in India, it's a chugging rate. It's not a China kind of burst. It's just 50%. It's been there for decades and decades. We are not doing something spectacular, right? This is basically, so it means that there is a huge margin for quick growth by focusing on particular, this particular transition from higher secondary to graduation. Now, if you look at, so those were completions. This is just attendance, right? If you look at, for example, 19 to 21-year-olds in India, you would see that among males and females, only 39% of males or only 31% of females, in fact, are in some formal institution, right? So this reflects that, yes, lower levels of education, they are, there's something to do. Of course, you can see that we are reaching saturation rates already in primary education and middle education. So of course, the SDGs are focusing now on secondary education, but there is a lot of things to be done at the transition from higher secondary to graduation. And on this front, I observed that some people in the Department of Economics in Kerala University are working on many of these issues. This is the margin on which there is not enough work. A lot of research has gone into the age group, 6 to 14, 7 to 16, this kind of primary and secondary, because primary and middle, because that was the margin in which we were trying to increase things in the past. We had very low primary education rates at some point. But that as a research topic is, very crowded, and you have already got many results. It's this particular transition which offers something new, and therein lies opportunities to do research. Okay, let's move down one more level. Let's move down from states to districts. Okay, and this particular heat map is that of district level higher education rates, so proportion of population who have higher education, graduate education. And you observe one thing. You observe that of course there are patterns, right? So lighter here means higher. So you see Kerala has got pretty high rates. But you also notice that if you had analysis that focused on particular states and compared districts in a particular state, that comparison is possible, right? When would that comparison not be possible? It would not be possible that if you take a particular state, then all districts are similar. If all districts are similar, then how, there will not be any poorly performing district versus a better performing district. You cannot do a comparison then, right? Because all of them are the same. For any empirical analysis, you require differences, right? So something which is less educated, somewhere is more educated, then you can compare the two. So district level, of course, there are district level, correlational patterns, spatially you can see. But still, if you were to look within states, most states of India will give you some variation within them. And once you move down to sub-district level and village level, there will be even more differences. There'll be some villages doing better, some villages not doing better, some blocks doing better, some districts not doing better. But notice what's the beauty of it. Instead of comparing India to Colombia and to the US, and you will be comparing districts within the same state, right? In some sort of intra-state comparison. They'll be subject to the same education policies. They'll be subject to the very similar cultures, and so on and so forth. And so these comparisons will be tighter. They will be more robust, right? And so therein lies a lot of opportunity to be able to do very granular work, right? Taking all the districts of India, but not being apologetic about it, saying that, I am sorry, but I was only interested in some districts. It is actually part of the international community's drive that robust relationships, statistically valid relationships, can only be found as you go down to tighter comparisons, right, within regions. Okay, One of the problems in this particular literature is that once you move down below the state, and you're talking about, for example, regional development, like district development, what do we measure it with, right? So yes, with state we have an advantage that government will basically, or the CSO will give you a state domestic product or some other measures of state progress. As you move down to districts, sub-districts, there is very little that, there are some district level GDPs, but they are dubious. You cannot get them for many years. So people have come up with innovative ways of trying to look at development. One of the innovative ways is to look at night lights, luminosity, right? On the left, you see the map of India from a satellite. I mean, these are the luminous centers. This data is free. It's available on NASA, called the NOAA website. You can go and download. You need to know some GIS. You can pick these basic skills up. There are some free packages of GIS called QGIS. You can look at these. You can convert them into data. And on the right, you see that what I have done is, based on these luminosities, we have calculated the average luminosity in a particular district of India. Okay, these require basically clipping this particular, these data that you see on the left are extremely granular. They are 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. So you can go down and clip them, called, shape files, just, boundaries of districts, of villages, of blocks. These are also available free online. You just need to superimpose those boundaries on this particular night lights to be able to then talk about how much light is there in this district, right? And there are many, many studies from the last 11 years that show that yes, night lights is electrification, but it does correlate very strongly, as does electrification, very strongly with regional development. Okay, so yes, don't fight the fact if someone says that, look, this is not really development, it's just electrification. Don't fight it. But there is a lot of literature, lots and lots from many countries in the world that find that in fact night lights are not a bad proxy. Even in India, if you correlate district level GDPs with night lights for a district, the correlation is about 0.8. So that's pretty high correlation between the two. But once you realize that, now data that the government gives is not the constraint. You can construct this for your favorite shape if you just get the boundaries of the villages, the blocks, even the metros, anything. Okay, so if you do that, then of course it gets harder to interpret the answers. But for example, if you wanted to show that what impact the different levels of education have on development as measured by these night lights, in fact you can do that. And this is, for example, from a paper of mine that looks at exactly this correlation, in fact a causal impact, and I'll talk about that later, that shows just like the state level results, that the only thing that correlates with any kind of notion of development economically is higher education, right? So if you felt that the state level results are hiding something, or there's some data trouble, it seems that this goes through even if you move down one level to districts. Okay, should we be surprised? Well, so first remember the following, that we are here talking about the impact of 1 more percentage of higher educated people, or we are talking here about 1 year more of education, or maybe 2 years more of education. So let's say that you are in class 11. We are talking here about what happens if you get 1 or 2 more years of education, or you've just finished higher secondary. What if you get 3 years more of education? Now, the literature for many years, till about 1970s, said that the returns to education, even at the individual level, is concave. Means that if you take an illiterate person and you give him some primary education, his income will go up by a huge amount, relatively, right? Relative to when he's illiterate, his income will go up a lot. If you give a higher secondary person some more education and make him finish university, yes, he gets higher income, but the incremental income is not going to be so high. right? So this gives you what's called a concave return of education. So the initial levels, you have like huge impacts, marginal impacts. And then when you are like at higher levels of education, then incremental education gives you something extra in the income, but not as much. Now that correlation has completely reversed almost everywhere in the world after the 1970s. Okay, here's a very, very crude, relationship, right? So this is a relationship from, between the different levels of education of people and their monthly earnings. And you notice that it's got a shape, so of course it's higher. For higher levels of education give you higher returns. That's not surprising. What is surprising is that incremental, so you move from school level, like higher secondary to graduate, the change in income is much larger than when you move from below primary to primary, right? So basically now the returns to education is convex. Incremental years at very low levels give you very little extra income. At the top incremental levels give you very high differences in income. Okay, now this is consistent, as you saw, with the macro return story, right? Whether you looked at the state or you looked at districts, it said the same thing, that essentially income, productivity, growth is coming from increasing the share at the top, right? So that's consistent with exactly this kind of micro return evidence that you see. You'll see this round by round, and take any NSS round, you'll see this. So what's the implication of this? So of course, now we know that higher average education causes growth. I mean, that I think with India, especially once even if you look at state level regressions, you get that. But given this very strange, profile of where education leads to development and growth, it's possible that a higher inequality of education at lower means. So consider a society which generally is not so educated, but it has high inequality. There are some people with very high levels of education and many literate people. That may in fact economically do better than a society which is slightly more higher average and so maybe on an average people are secondary educated, but very few people are literate. And very few people are, university educated, right? They're all focused on some levels of schooling. That society may do worse than a society where the average is lower, but you have these very, very kind of, a certain elite class of people doing higher education, but at the same time with people in literacy. Now, socially, this is a disaster. You don't want a society like that. But it would seem that this is what gives you growth. Okay, so I mean, you can have a normative view about it, but when you're doing policy, sometimes having a normative view is not enough. You need to also think about how to, if you're making a case for higher education expenditures, it's a good finding to actually know that this is true. Okay, so the next question is, okay, there's a higher income, that's fine. Higher education gives you higher income. But what is driving this particular relationship? Okay, so one of the ways to ask that question, what is driving this relationship, is to ask, so higher education correlates with what, right? And not surprisingly, it correlates with the service sector, the tertiary sector in our national income accounts. But that's a very big category. The open question, and actually on which people have done less work, is to unbundle this. What is it about this tertiary sector that actually education affects? So here's a profile of people. This is from the 60th round, but you will get very similar even if you look at the PLFS. Observe the big red blob, right? If you look at people 25 and above with higher levels, with higher education, what are the industries they are in? Yes, they are in services. 48% of them are in fact in services. The number is equally high in rural and urban India. That's consistent with our idea, right? But we have an idea that this is basically all these IT jobs and stuff. Yes, it's true. But in fact, one of the biggest contributors to service sector growth in India, and service sector share in India is education itself. So people become higher educated to be in education, right? You can call this the Indian education multiplier, because essentially your education is basically leading to education, right? So you can see, for example, starkly among females, and you will see this later too, 55% of females who are working are in fact, female with higher education are in fact in education, right? Now, yes, there are some, things that traditional things we think matter. Finance, insurance is there. Some IT stuff is there, right? There's some public administration, so government jobs, they are there. But by far, the biggest contributor to service sector absorption of higher educated people is education itself. Now, people have been arguing about opening up institutions, education institutions during COVID, saying that, yeah, it affects people's education. Of course it does. But one of the things you realize is that in India, in many states, a lot of employment also comes in education from the private sector. If private sector institutions do not open up, then one of the biggest problems in India comes from the labor market, because in fact, where will the educated people find jobs? If you look at this profile, that all large proportions of educated people are in education, if they lose their jobs, it's not just an education problem, it's also a labor market problem, right? So once you look at this lens, you will have, realizations that you didn't think were actually existed. Now, one problem of looking at people 25 and above is we are looking here at many cohorts of generations, right? We are looking at young people, we are looking at middle-aged people, we are looking at old people, and you might say that those numbers are weighed down by our past, right? That when you're looking at people 25 and above, what's happening with the 60-year-old and the 50-year-old? That's, those are choices made in the past. We really cannot do anything about them, right? So maybe those numbers that you see reflect things that have happened in the past. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to focus next on saying that no, many of these are contemporary issues. So this is the PLFS, the Periodic Labor Force Survey, and you look at urban youth, 22 to 29. I could do it till 35, makes no difference. First thing to notice is that, of course, the proportion of people now with graduate level education, the box again, has gone up in urban areas. It's about more than a quarter. Okay, among females too, it's very large. There is some diploma which is at the graduate level. I have classified them into STEM and non-STEM, and you will see that, and that is also fairly significant. So what it says is that among the urban youth, we have a substantial amount of people with higher education. What do they do? So if you look at males, again, we are looking here only at urban regions. The three top industries that are employing male graduates in India are basically telecom, computers, IT. I put them together. The second one is education, as consistent with the table I showed you. And the third one is finance. Okay, and not surprisingly, people with STEM degrees, it's a very small mass though, are largely in this telecom, computers, IT industry, but it's a very small slice. People with non-STEM diplomas are predominantly, 17% of them are in education. And that number is, not small for people with just some, graduate degree, not diplomas, but degrees. But most of we can only, so they're doing many things. You can even if you add 8 plus 6 plus 11 is 25. So there's a huge number of other things that are being done. But these are the three things that they're doing. So the immediate question is, if you're going to get some growth out of higher education, then what are these sectors doing? So immediately from education, you can move towards sectoral studies, which are motivated by these particular findings. What about females? Well, we know female labor force participation is low, right? But there are women, non-negligible amount of women in urban areas who are working. For them, education is basically what it is, right? Huge. So 26% of people with graduation degree just are in education. Similarly, non-STEM and STEM degrees, large numbers. The next one is textile and apparel, which is a very small one. Interestingly, if you look at this figure, you will see that there is a separation between educated and higher educated. Less educated women work in the textile and apparel industry, which is the left side. So if you want to focus on those sectors, you're going to affect people with, some schooling level. And if you focus on education sector, then you are going to be focusing on people with graduate degree. Very nice separation when it comes to looking at female youth. But the other stark view, which is something that we have to worry about moving forward when we think about the returns to education, is this, really, really stark unemployment rates. So notice that unemployment rates, in fact, rise with education. That's not surprising. Typically, educated people are also slightly richer, so they can wait, right, for the better job. But these rates, 36% unemployment rates among women in general education. So if you look at urban women, for example, it's not that they are not participating in the labor market. Many of them report that they are looking for a job but not able to find the right job. Similarly, higher secondary, graduation, unemployment is very high. And as you know, unemployment is a problem people are talking about now quite a lot. It is a problem of educated youth. Okay. Many states of India, in fact, some of the communist states, Kerala, West Bengal, these have seen these kind of problems in the past too. But now that India is getting educated more, all parts of India, we are seeing glimpses of the same problem. So what's the bottom line of this kind of analysis? Yes, we started with saying there are higher income, higher education returns. They work through services sector. So in terms of education policies, you should focus probably, if you want to think about income as being a guiding principle, you should think about the top, but it's the service sector. It is true that there is correlation with the service sector. We can see it correlates with night lights. But the problem is that we have a problem of evaluation. So one of the problems we worry about is that, yes, a lot of these figures that we use on the service sector, in our mind, we are always thinking about IT jobs and all these great jobs. But actually, a large proportion of our population with higher education is in education. And how do you evaluate returns to people in the education sector? It's not an easy job, because in contrast to many things, measuring productivity in the education sector is very hard. Okay. Now, on top of that, a large part of Indian education is public sector, right? Government school jobs. It's even tougher. Why? Well, in the private sector, you could say, well, plausibly you could make other arguments too, but you could say that the wage reflects the value of marginal product, right? The productivity of the person is, roughly the wage. So, or at least you could say that the wage gives you some idea about the productivity of workers. But when the public sector is the employer, then the wages are determined by institutional things, lobbying in the government, getting higher salaries for faculty and so on and so forth. And the connection with productivity is tenuous. We don't know really. But if we are going to measure, for example, GDP from the income side, right, as national income accounts do, they will show up as large salaries in this sector. So large income in this sector. But that does not mean that those sectors are more productive. So I'm not saying that school teachers are not productive, faculty is not productive. I'm saying that measuring that when there is this institutional problem of public sector is going to be something that it's an open question again. Raj Chetty did a lot of work on this in the US. In India, this work on this is still very, very nascent. Another thing one could do. Now, the other sector we just saw is finance and IT, right? And of course, the question is, how much of this finance and IT, how much demand is there in these sectors? So in contrast to jobs that are there in Gurgaon and Bangalore, which is what you might think of when you think about finance, the national sample survey is not picking up impacts of people who are working in Bangalore, because they're not even surveyed. It's a very small slice of population. Many of these finance jobs are actually, LIC salesmen, working in a small investment company. Where is the demand for these people going to come from, right? And here we have to think about the demand for this sector. So you can again come at education from the sectoral side, from the job side, from which jobs, which sectors in India are conducive for particular levels of education. Okay, my description of urban India, I think many of you may not be surprised about it, because many of you come from urban settings, and you might find that, okay, it's natural to think that places, urban cities are hotbeds for for growth of educated people. What about rural India? Okay, now one of the things that you will notice in the literature when you move forward, and again an opportunity to some extent, the returns to education in the rural sector literature is actually very, very patchy. Why? For a good reason. Anything on which a lot of research has not happened, it's because there is some problem with it. Okay, the problem is that a large part of labor force in rural India is engaged in self-employment in agriculture and non-agriculture. Right now, this is also a problem in urban India, but urban India has wage employment. So you can, in some sense, get wages for individual. For farms to be able to figure out what is the contribution of each person is very tough. Okay, and in fact, look at the National Sample Survey employment data. You will not even see data on it. There will be no data on self-employed as well as agriculture incomes. There will only be data on wages. So this is a well-known problem in the empirics of returns to education. And while I don't want to talk too much about it, the standard treatment in econometrics is to do what is called a Heckman selection model. These are just models, some statistical corrections to take into account the fact that we do not observe everyone's returns, that we only observe a slice of population. So it corrects for that bias. But what it means here is that, let's say that we are able to correct the bias in rural India, but ultimately it means that we are getting the returns on wages in rural India, but very small proportion of rural India is actually into wage labor, right? So it means that if someone is educated and earns higher profits in farming, it's not picked up. Yeah, it will just not be there in this data set. Which is the reason, because large amounts of people are in those professions, typically there are lesser papers on rural India. There are some papers during Green Revolution by Foster and Rosenzweig and some other researchers, but it's remained a very small literature. Now, if we get away from that, and just like the districts, we ask ourselves, can we try to push the this particular granular level work not to individuals but to villages? Can we measure, for example, village level GDPs or average consumption levels for a village? In fact, we can, and this opens up a huge area of research, because you see, we have 660,000 villages. Even if you do cross-sectional work and maybe you lose some because of matching and bad data and so on and so forth, you'll be left with 300, 400,000 villages. You are immediately in something which, I guess, we have very little big data in economics, in social science data. But if anything, 330, 400,000 is not a small number at all. Okay, so huge advantages of moving down to the village and using the village as a level of analysis. Okay, we will first face the problem: what is the economic welfare? How do you measure GDP of a village? The first thing we can do, we can resort to the literature on nightlights. Again, village level boundaries are now available. You can look at nightlights, and now, in the past, some of the satellite cameras were not of very good quality, so it couldn't pick up very faint light, which is typically villages have very low light. But now, from 2012 onwards, there are satellites called the VIIRS satellites, and these are very, very high resolution satellites with very good sensors. You can in fact pick up a lot of low light, right? So if you get the village boundaries, you could calculate the amount of night lights that a particular village emits as a measure. But there's another easier way out, and that is to use predictive models. In fact, I would not even advocate you do the predictive model. I don't know if any of you are aware of the Shrug data. It's a data set that is compiled by two researchers, Sam Usher and Paul Novosad, and which is free online on Development Labs, it's called. You can always email me if you want, but you can just type Shrug economics data on Google and you'll get it. It is already using predictive models, provides you consumption per capita for all villages in India. Okay, and because this particular predictive value is an imputation, it provides 100 such draws, right? So it says that, yeah, I'm giving you this average consumption, but there can be some measurement error in this. So let me give you like 100 draws, right? 100 such average consumption levels. So your true level of consumption will lie somewhere there. Okay, this is all available free online. You can start work on it immediately. So given this, now we have the other side. So we want to look at, for example, education. One of the problems that we had faced so far is that the census data, the village directories, provided only literacy levels for villages, right? Because the education levels in villages were very low. So that was the relevant thing to look at. But the SECC data, the socioeconomic caste census data, which is also available at the village level online, provides the full education distribution for each village. It will again give you, how many literates, how many primary educated, how many below primary, how many people with university, right? This is again available free online. However, the government gives it in a way where, it's like a query-based system. But if you were a little enterprising and you could write small programs in web scraping, you can in fact download the full data, right? Many students at the ISI, Delhi school, have actually done that. They've learned some very basic Python or R and able to download the full data set. Okay, so again, free data, you can do that. There's nothing wrong. It's not individual level data because the government doesn't give you access to that, but it's village level data. Okay, so you can get the full distribution. Now someone can say, do we need to move beyond literacy? After all, villages are pretty, not Kerala, but many parts of India are very, very poorly educated. Surprise. In India, last 20 years, rural India has seen enormous growth. I'm talking about higher education. Let's look at, for example, the second part, the panel, 25 to 34, right? These are people who went through the schooling level only 10 years back. So it reflects what has happened in 10 years. In 2011, the proportion of males and females who had higher education in rural India in 2011 was 6.9. By the way, in 2001, it was much, much lower. In 18-19, it's about 12%. For males, it's gone up from 9 to 15%. For females, from 4 to 9%. These levels are what the all India level was, right, in 2001. In fact, these are the levels of education that urban India had in the 90s. So there has been a proliferation of education in rural India. Many people with higher education, in fact, reside in rural India. Okay, so that's a big revelation, which means that it's not an important, remember one thing, any proportion of rural population is a big number, right? Because rural India is, 70% of India's population. So, but earlier we used to get very low rates. So we would say, well, if you look at the length of rural, only 1 or 2% of higher education, what's the point? Now it's 15%, 12%. These are large numbers. So let me show you some very recent results from a paper of mine. This is basically the impact, just like I showed you for districts of India. This is the village level regression. So first notice that the observations are 390,000, right? You lose some because the SECC data has some, bugs in the program. The PDF files have some bugs. You have to match it with sensors. That takes some, doing some dropping because some villages don't merge. But it's possible to do. In fact, if you take a district and look for unique names, you can easily match it with standard software. They all have matching algorithms now. So if you do that, we observe, taking into account many other covariates, and you compare within states, right? So let's say all comparisons are with what are called state fixed effects or state level dummies. So we are using intrastate comparison. We observed that we have a 4% impact of the 1%. 1% more of tertiary educated gives 4% increase, 4% increase in consumption per capita, right? So higher education is not just an urban issue anymore. It's also there in rural areas. So now the next question is, what are these people doing in villages? Where is this coming from? Okay, and here we get a nice integration between the study on urban India and rural India. In fact, one of the components, and this is not the only component, as I told you, education is a big component of where the returns are coming from. But one of the components is through commuting. So you observe in this that these are males between 25 and 60. So if a person is tertiary educated and above, that means graduation, undergraduate, postgraduate, then they are more likely to commute from the village to the urban center, right? So the income, so the activity is not necessarily in the village. The activities may be in the urban areas, in the local towns, but people are residing in the villages, and consumption is basically in the village. Okay? In fact, in the last square, you see that commuting to the urban area largely for tertiary sector jobs. Okay, it's not true for the other two columns where you observe no stars. So it's not that people are commuting for some primary sector activity. That anyways is very low. But let's say for industry, secondary sector activity, that's not true. It's coming again from the services sector. So people are living in villages, higher educated people, going every day for work to the nearby city, coming back and consuming in the village. It's leading to higher per capita consumption of the villages, right? Now, this is, once you move down this path, you realize that there is we might think that developed country is very different. But if you think about it, it's exactly the way progress happened in developed countries. The whole idea of peri-urban, the whole idea of, so what is peri-urban? Peri-urban was rural, which suddenly became more and more urbanized, with people, taking the transit system and going and working in New York City and coming back. Whole of New Jersey, for example, is peri-urban. It's just over time, rural areas became more and more urbanized. And by commuting, by people going every day to work. So now once you put it like that, it's not an issue of just rural India. It's an issue of a larger kind of canvas of how economic development happens, right? Through higher education. So you can easily connect to a lot of literature on urbanization, on urban growth, on peri-urban, exactly through this lens, right? But this is very, very early work, and there are many things to be done in these areas. There are lots of questions, right? What is the nature of occupation structure that drives this connection? I just talked about commuting. Does it have an impact on agriculture? Does it have an impact on crop choice? Does it have an impact on education? If education, then how through education? What kind of education? Are they school teachers? Are they teaching outside? None of these we don't know. I mean, to be honest, we could tabulate the data and find something, but to show that there is an impact robust is not an easy thing, right? But it's an open question. You could do it. So a large part, as I said, of higher educated people are in the education sector. What's its contribution to GDP, right? Real contribution, not artificial contribution through government salaries. And notice one more thing, that, if higher education is the one that actually has the impact and not the lower levels of education, this is one big problem with education. It means that education causes more inequality in society. This kind of education, right? Education that is economically beneficial on an average. If you have only people with, some schooling, it may be equal. It may even have a higher average. It will be equal society, but it will be a poorer society. If you want on an average society to be richer, then it might come with some inequality. Okay. Now, whether we like it or not, sometimes inequality is not bad. I mean, some inequality, as we know, through Kuznets curve is required for growth. But what you would like in inequality is that the winners are not the same. So in one generation it's Tata, the other generation it's Ambani, the third generation is someone else. You could say it's an unequal thing, but it's a different person every generation, a different family every generation. So maybe if you have a lottery, or if you try hard, you can get into the elite club. But education inequality has one very bad nature. It's persistent. So this is a figure that plots the share of population 25 to 34 in 2001, this is at the district level, against the share of population with same higher education in 2011. right? So on the x-axis is basically those who completed, share of population that completed tertiary education in 1, and the y-axis is 11, right? And the 45-degree line would mean that, higher the 2001, the higher the 2011. In a good society, what you want is you want some convergence. What you want is you want the people at the bottom, right? Districts which were doing badly in higher education to in fact progress faster than place districts which had to begin with much higher levels of education. But that's not true. If you observe, if anything, districts at the higher level in 2001 progress even further up in 2011, right? And at best you can say that it's the same. It hasn't changed over time. And why should this be surprising? One of the key results in education that we know is that the education of children is a very strong component of that is education of parents. So it is in fact one of the goods that has the most persistence, right? And so this is one big worry with education-driven growth, that education-driven growth tends to have a lot of persistence. So it's very similar areas who will show, growth in education and therefore growth in income, which will lead to spatial inequality. Okay. So what's the bottom line of if one work, again, completely open area. I just told you, you could do the spatial inequality stuff, Education inequality has spurred growth in India though, but it's dangerous, right? It's persist. So yes, as a short-term policy, there is some margin for it. We should think about it, but it's not socially desirable in the long run because it's persistent, sticky intergenerationally, right? And unless you do the Kerala model where you have big investment in quality primary education, one cannot offset this elite advantage, right? So it doesn't mean all my results so far, which focus on higher education, are talking about how to get some quick growth out of education. But we cannot forget that there are other aspects of society. So there needs to be a big investment in quality primary education, right? To solve that persistence problem. Now, one of the things in India is that, India was not born during independence. I mean, India has been there for centuries. We have good data from the British times. This focus on higher education, while it's great, and it's good for development of economic development of India. In fact, we have this lopsided nature of policy towards education for centuries, right? It's the legacy of the past. I'll give you an astounding figure. In 1916 and 17, British India had a larger share of population enrolled in secondary schools. Remember, secondary schools was very high levels of education at those times. British India had a larger share of population enrolled in secondary schools than either France or Japan, and it was only marginally below England and Wales, right? So India was actually rocking in higher levels of education like secondary schools in 1916-17, right? And unfortunately, it came at the cost of primary education. This focus on higher levels of education is a legacy that we have picked from. It's a very convenient legacy. We can say that we should work more on it to get growth, but we should also acknowledge that one of the problems is that we have neglected our primary education. So, I mean, why I'm pointing this out is that it's important to still do research on primary education, especially from the public finance angle. Now, I'm going to talk. So how much time do I have, Anita? Can you give me an idea? Okay, I'll continue.
I think you may go up to 12 o'clock, and after that there may be a discussion, question and answer session.
Okay, I will not go all the way till 2 o'clock, but I will go on for some more time. Okay, so
okay.
Okay. So let me tell you the main technical problem in this whole literature. Okay, I alluded to it to begin with. So if you regress growth, development like lights, income, wages, so micro regressions, macro regressions on either person, whether a person is higher educated or something like, what's the share of population with education, like I've shown you in the macro work, you cannot just do an ordinary least square regression. Okay, you can't get the data and just run an OLS regression, right? So why not? So, let me come back to this angle again, because more educated societies have many things that are functional. This is the universally known. I mean, think about Kerala. Kerala has got a lot of functional things. The government is proactive in education, in health, in social development, in gender, many things, right? So how do you know it's education and not those things that you're picking up? So what is the standard way in the whole literature of doing this to find what we call causal effects, which means that this is an effect that is not because of anything else, but actually because of education? The standard way is to get what we call instrumental variables, right? So what are instrumental variables? They are variables, or they are kind of factors or things in society that affect education, but do not have any impact on income through any other channel, right? So why do we want this? So what we want is, we want a difference in education across people or across regions that is induced by something, but that something should not have an independent impact on income. So why does that good for us? It's basically because, let's think of some aspect. I'll give you an example in a bit, but any variable that causes variation in education but is not part of the model for income gives us a valid experiment. Okay, so where do we find this? This is a challenge. There's no standard solution. I mean, the econometrics of it is very easy. Every standard package now you can do IV regression. But what is this IV? What is this variable? There is no diktat for that, right? That's where you need some innovative thinking. The difference between publishing in a good international journal and somewhere else is that you have to respond to this problem, right? And in responding, you need some innovative thinking. This way of thinking, that you need something that causes variation, is what economists would call an experiment. Okay, so it's not a lab experiment, but it's a natural experiment, something that happens in the economy. As you know, David Card, Joshua Ingres, and all these people got Nobel Prizes this year for actually heralding this kind of work in the 90s. So here's an example. Okay, so for all the papers I've shown you, the instrumental variable is the location of Catholic missionaries in India in 1911. Okay, so this is a geocoded map based on an old historic map that you can get from the Vatican and some libraries in the US. Again, you can get it free. It's just a matter of knowing it exists, which basically showed the location of all the Catholic missions in 1911. You don't get anything before that. That would have been ideal. So what's the idea here? All the papers here use the location of Catholic missionaries or missions as an instrumental variable. So why is it an instrumental variable? So remember what the problem is. The problem is that the Catholic mission, the share of tertiary education, basically, when you do an OLS regression on income, then it's correlated with many other things in society, okay, which we don't have variables or observations or data for. The contention here is that the Catholic location is quasi-random within states, so not across states. So for example, you can see, Kerala has more Catholic missionaries. Idea is that if you look within Kerala, it's quasi-random. Well, I'll explain what quasi-random means. After you account for some well-known factors. So a random means that Catholic location is completely statistically random. It's anywhere. It's just arbitrary wherever it is. Every place has equal probability of having a Catholic missionary in 1911. That's not true. You can see most Catholic missionaries are on the coast. The idea is that once you account for all the other known factors of why the Catholic missionaries, so you try to predict where Catholic missionaries were in 1911, there'll be some standard things that the literature on Catholic missionaries will tell you. Yeah, there are accounts by historians, accounts by anthropologists. You have to read all that. and they will tell you a lot of reasons why people went, Catholic missions located in some places. In some places there were tribals, in some places there were, upper caste Hindus, in some cases there were the coast, in some cases it was like the railways went there in 1911. They are well-known factors. But in this prediction model, you can only predict so much, right? It will explain some 60% of where the Catholic missionaries are. Now, the residual reasons in prediction, the contention is that they are quasi-random. In fact, there are stories, accounts which said that various people set up, Catholic missions where it was convenient for them to set up. The local ruler, the local society, basically allowed them to set up Catholic missions there. Okay, these were not societies which had any very specific goal. In fact, if you will have to read the history of Catholicism in India, it's actually very interesting, because it seems that the whole movement only got sanctioned from the Vatican much later. It was not a coordinated activity from the Vatican for example, most of 19th century. In fact, Catholic missionaries did not do as much as Protestant missionaries in the 18th century. The British government did not like either the Protestants or the Catholics. They wanted religion out of schooling because they wanted to replicate their public schooling system, right? So there are many arguments. In fact, if I sit with you, you will point out 15 arguments of where, how Catholic missions were set up. You have to account for all of them. But the idea is that what is left, whatever variation is left, predictive power is left, is quasi-random. It does not depend on any initial conditions of that particular region. But one thing is well known, and which you can demonstrate, that where Catholic missions were set up in 1911, in 2001, even 2011, these areas show a higher growth in higher education in India, right? There are many hypotheses regarding that, why this is true. Is it the attitude towards education? Is it provision of higher education institutions, especially post-independence? Most of the growth in Catholic institutions do not take place before independence. It's only after independence that you see an rise. But this rise is around the areas where there are missions. So we get the first condition for the IB, that the Catholic missions, after you account for many of the things that you can why they're set up in a particular place, the variation is quasi-random. It affects higher education in contemporary India. Now, there's the second thing that you have to demonstrate, that the Catholic missions did not affect other things in India that immediately directly affect income. And in fact, you can demonstrate that too, by looking at measures of health, measures of savings behavior, measures of bank penetration. The thing is that for many, if you think of pan-India, many things are not because of Catholic missionaries, especially Jesuit institutions have a more than their weight role in education in India, right? And not so much of a role in many other institutions in India. And we used in most of the work that you've seen, we use the variation. We ask, whether there was in 1911 there was one or not, use its predictive power to be able to predict what the education levels are now, and those give us what is called identification, a causal identification, in trying to understand the impact of the share of tertiary education on income and growth. So, if you don't completely get it, you can look at the paper. You'll see it's a 40-page paper or 50-page paper. 35 pages are just to convince you that this is a valid instrument. It requires a reading of history, requires a reading of anthropology, of sociology. It requires some GIS methods. It's an engagement which is multidisciplinary, right? And that is the nature of all of these things. Very standard things are all taken now, but very contextual things are available, things that you know of perhaps, which others don't know, right? And you should use that information, the history of the place, the culture of the place, many of these things, to be able to find instruments of this nature. Okay, so that's just an example. There are many other instruments that are not historical in nature. They are more contemporary. They are based on policies of the government, and you should definitely try to use that. But all I want to point out is just an OLS regression of income or GDP on education, you will not be able to publish. Okay, so you need to be aware of that. Okay, so that's one big area of research that I wanted to talk about, which is STEM, which is this returns higher education in rural India and urban India, thinking of sectors, thinking where it comes from. I'm going to talk probably about probably half an hour more, and then I'll take questions. I'm going to talk about a second literature which is fairly hot, and not much work has happened in this area at all. So it's something that is easily, and the data is available for this too, which is returns to STEM, right? What's STEM? Science, technology, engineering, math, right? We know that there's a lot of policy, government policy angle on this. There are papers, there are reports, and so forth, but there is very little robust econometric empirical work on this issue. Okay, so first question is, where should you look at it? Science people study at various levels. So for example, under the new education policy, you can choose anything you want. You can choose English, commerce, and then physics and whatever. But remember that, so you could say, what is the point of thinking of studying, for example, science in school? Is it interesting to study? But remember, the entrance exams are not going to require your knowledge about geography and history when you take the IIT entrance. They are going to ask you for the same questions which require knowledge of mathematics, physics, chemistry, right? So if you're an aspirant for engineering, the education policy that tells you that you can choose whatever you want, yes, it gives you the flexibility, but de facto, it may not lead to much difference in the options that at the margin, some people might choose something that they're interested in, but the basic packages will remain the same. Okay, and why do I point this out? I point this out because I point out that the effective choice of STEM in India is not at the university level. Most of the literature, which actually has to do with the US, talks about the undergraduate level. And the reason why they talk about the undergraduate level is because it's a system where in the university system, you can take everything, right? You can you take all courses, then you can specialize, takes honors. So the STEM choice is actually made in the university. In India, especially when it comes to engineering, this will not be the case typically. You are going to actually make the effective choice in school, as we have been making over the last many years. And why is it the important thing? Look at these numbers. So the first number is the proportion of males and females who take up science subjects in higher secondary. Okay, and the next one is graduation, including technical education. Notice that the gap, right? For example, first don't look at the gap. First look at the individual levels. 49% of males in higher secondary school take up science on an average. Some states are much higher, but that number is just 0.42 in graduation. It means that those who take up science, irrespective of what you think, a large proportion of them do remain with a graduation in science, including technical stuff. For females also, females is lower, but it's also true that there's a sticky nature. People who take science generally study science, even if you think that they're doing other things, but data doesn't show up. Similarly in rural areas as well as urban areas, right? So the effective choice of whether to do any STEM is coming from higher secondary school choice. So where should you look at whether the science education or this choice of science matters or not? Well, the effective place to look at is to look at higher secondary schools. Now, interestingly, you get data very easily, for example, from the NSS, but also from the IHDS, the India Human Development Survey, on what subjects you chose, or at least the stream you chose in higher secondary, in 11th and 12th. And you get it for not just the people who are studying. In the NSS, you get it for people who are studying. But in the IHDS, for example, you get it for every person sampled, right? All adults. So you can ask yourself, because you observe the earning profile of various people, because many of them are about 25. You're looking at their earning profile, you know whether they studied science in high school or not, right? And if you run regressions, of course, controlling for a large number of things which I don't show you here, It's a paper that I have with Tarun Jain and Nishit Prakash. If you see this, you will see that there are many controls trying to control for the other differences. For example, your 10th class score and your parental education and all those things. All these column heads basically tell you what are the controls that are being used in these regressions. So if you compare people within districts and control for various things, you see that people who take science have a 22% return in the labor market. So it seems that there is something to do with productivity, or at least income potential of people, right? So that's an important thing to know. It's important for governments to know also if they're focusing on science. Interestingly, you can ask then, what is it about studying science that gives you this return? And in fact, these regressions control for various kind of mechanisms of why science should give you returns, right? So we estimate, as I said, a 22% return. You could ask, is it because of their math background? Is it because people who study science actually study more years in school and college? Is it because people who study science join professional education like MBAs and do CAs or whatever? Maybe it gives them some advantage there. Notice that the coefficient of 0.22, so 22%, falls to 17% and then falls to 16% as you move, as you control for mathematical background and professional education. So it seems that studying science, accounting for ability of people, gets you returns through your access to professional education and because of your math background. Okay, but still you can ask, these are all very early work. You can ask, yeah, what is it about professional education, or what is it about math background? Why do people make it there? They are cognitive kind of tests. Why is it that people studying science in school suddenly seem to do better in these things, right? Is it the nature of our exams? Is it something that is implicit in the skills that are required in the labor market? What is driving these returns? Okay, now the other thing you can ask, so again, let me point out why science gives returns in the labor market. So we know through common anecdote that science people, for example, engineers earn money. Yeah, engineers earn some money, that we know. But what about all the other people? Why do people get through MBA institutes more? Why do people like people with science background? What is it analytical? What is this analytical ability in the labor market? I know most people who talk about Indian labor markets don't seem to say that you require tremendous amount of analytical ability. But for some reason, it seems that they still prefer, they give higher wages to people with school science background, irrespective of what happened thereafter. Okay, so it's a puzzle, and whatever is a puzzle means that one can do more either ethnographic work or more data collection, or even using standard data sets to be able to do this. Okay, so let's now move forward and say that, okay, we accept that science education can have beneficial aspects to our people's incomes and on society. By the way, whether it has impacts on economy, again, open question. We don't know. Like I said, higher education has an impact on district growth and village level growth or block level or state level. We can ask, are places with higher number of people with STEM education, are they more likely to grow faster? Are they more likely to develop faster? Again, we don't know. I suspect it's true. But the data is there, the census data is there, NSS data is there, even the All India Higher Education Survey is there. People have not done these regressions or these papers yet to discover these relationships. So there's definitely a lot to be done in that field. Now moving back, and let's say we accept that science education is very good, right, for society. What are the drivers of this choice? Okay, and now I'm going to give you some results from some surveys that we did in Bihar and Andhra. So these are things you could do in your particular cities, your particular states, a couple of districts, pick up all the schools, get some permission, go to students, ask them, look at their backgrounds, right? So of course, one of the biggest correlates of taking science in high school is your class 10 marks. That we know. All of us have gone through education system, that we know. That's why we always have to control for class 10 some notion of ability, yeah, to be able to remove that impact, right? When we say take science, what impact does it have? We want to construct an example where there are two people of exactly the same ability. One takes science and the other does not. That will give us the true impact of studying science, right? We don't want picking up science to pick up, the impact of science to pick up the impact of, for some reason, smarter people or people who know how to do well in, exams. So all regressions have to control for it. And you can see that here when we are trying to explain why people take up science, class 10 marks are a big part of that story, right? For males as well as females. But the interesting policy thing, and I noticed some faculty members do point those things out. You observe that there is some role of wealth, but it seems that people with higher wealth at a very high level in these states at least are less likely to take science. I will challenge this result by showing you results from some other states when it's not true, but at least in Bihar and Andhra this is true. It means that the default choice is science, but people who have a lot of wealth, they are more flexible in choosing some other subjects. Okay, but there is strong parental occupational structures. Like for example, look at private business. It means that those households whose parents are in private business, they are less likely to take up science. And we know people take up commerce and arts more likely. And this is controlling for ability, right? It's an interesting finding. This will fall in some sense counter to another interesting result that people find in literature in India, that in fact science not only has high impact on income, even it has high impact on business income. So now you can say for the labor market, like jobs, you can say that, people who study science are people from elite households. So, family connections matter for private jobs. But how does it matter for private business? I mean, business income does not see whether your father is a, great, connected person or not. People are basically seeing actual impacts in business earnings. Why do people with science have higher business earnings controlling for parental characteristics? Again, we don't know. There are some speculations about it, that people who study science in high school tend to pick up analytical ability better, which helps them make analytical choices when it comes to profit decisions. But again, completely open field. It's a thing where you can do a household survey with children. We don't know enough, and easy things to do. As I said, for boys, it's core and parental occupation. For girls, it's course. But remember, this is contextual. This is for Andhra and Bihar. You might say that a study, the choice of taking up science is not just a matter of, returns or parental ability. It's got to do with the aspirations of children. Okay. And aspirations now is always taken as an important econ variable in most labor market economics. Why? Well, because people now realize that human capital is not just a matter of, education choices. It's also a matter of what aspirations you have, what are you looking for in life, whether you're looking for travel opportunities and jobs, and maybe science provides you more that, job security, maybe prestigious jobs, maybe living in big cities. Notice that even if you went to a household to talk to a child, you could get all this information. What you should observe from this regression is the absence of stars. All these things have very low impact on, it only explains 30% of the difference between why people take up science and non-science. These are important things for all children, but it does not seem that they drive the difference in why people take up science to no science. Okay. Now, since there's a big gender component in Kerala University, let me talk about is this gender? Yes, there's a gender gap in math. This is something that there's an acknowledgement for this. There are some recent papers also on this, saying that larger proportions of males take up math. Whereas even in high school, females are less likely to take up maths. Okay, but observe a very interesting phenomenon. Females take up much more biology than males, right? So it's not about science or no science. It's in fact women taking up biology versus men taking up more math courses. Okay, and this is consistent with our idea that, you know, for some reason, you know, the reasons which drive human capital choices for males and females are different. Okay, so here's the, you know, just confirmation of the same fact. It's the old table, but I've just added now people taking up engineering, and observe that 20% of males take up engineering, but only 9% of females take up engineering, right? That's where the big fall happens for females. It's engineering choice. So it's not science choice, it's science choice for engineering. These gaps between males and females remain after controlling for covariates. One of my colleagues has worked on CBSE data. You see exactly the same thing. There's a science gap, but the science gap is more a math gap, right? And so now the immediate question is then, okay, people are taking this up. So what drives the choices for boys and girls? What role do preferences for particular occupations have in the subject choice, right? Some people have even contended, it's all contention, no evidence yet for all these things, that the role of science is in the marriage market, right? For men, it could be that people are thought of as smart, right? In some states, you can imagine that the dowry levels are very high, and maybe signaling that you're smart through taking up science is a way of signaling that you have a, you know, you have a good potential. It could also be a role of supply. It could be that there's a lack of local science institutions, and, you know, you could contend the following. You could say that, well, you know, women don't like to go very far. You know, they are more bound to their families, or at least parents don't like to send women off. Maybe there are less local science institutions, and that's why females are not, you know, studying more science in university as well as in higher education. So can you explain that, or can you think more about that? Here's another cut. Now see how the expanse is kind of, they're all interconnected, but they're all different topics of research. This is the growth of science specific institutions in India. This is drawn until 2011. It chugs along after 2011, but what I want you to see is that the growth between 2000 and 2010 is stupendous. It's, you know, earlier it was a chugging along slowly. Between 2000 and 2010, the number of science institutions, which is given by the blue dots, it's just taken off. Okay. Now you can ask the following question, that because science institutions are opening up, is it now that because there are more local science institutions, there is an impact of the school choice of males and females? So what's the idea here? The idea is that, you know, earlier females and males, you know, they would have to go very far away to study science courses or even like engineering courses, and many of them would not, you know, first did not know what it would bring, because of course many people don't know in India, especially children, about what the actual benefit is, because remember there's a cost also. Studying science, engineering requires tuition and so on and so forth. So if you don't have an idea of what it can get you, you may not study science. But, you know, if your institutions open up in neighborhoods, you might have better information. It may also be easier to travel, which is why you may go, you may be more likely to take science in high school. So this is what is called a backward induction choice. So it's an externality which is backwards, where people are looking forward to institutions, and now there is more information. They are making different choices in higher secondary. In fact, what one finds is, if you look at this period and compare households over time and what the children are doing, higher number of science institutions per capita in districts makes males more likely to take up science in higher secondary school, but it's not true for females. So it points out that, you know, getting local institutions maybe solve some problems for males when they're more aware now and they take up science, but not true for females. Okay. Of course, again, you have this problem that institutions are both, you know, central, state government and private institutions. So the problem is that, again, it's a chicken and egg story. So is it that institutions open up where people have more demand for science, or do institutions come first and then people change their choice? Okay, and this is something to worry about, because if you say that, you know, institutions open up and then people start changing their choice, there's a unidirectional, you know, impact you're talking about. But if the opposite is true, then this is completely wrong. It's not that institutions cause the change in decisions, it's the people who are more want to study science, they put pressure to get institutions in their area. One of the ways out is to think about expansion of central universities. Now, what is the advantage? Well, central science institutions cannot open up based on demand from local places. Why? Well, because central institutions, you know, do not have any mandate to give admission to people from the local district. You know, you have to take exams, or you can apply from anywhere in India. In fact, if you look at, you know, this is trying to predict where central institutions are located, you see that there are very few stars, very low predicted value of, you know, there is something about, you know, literacy rates, but again, it's insignificant. There are very few things that are able to predict. In fact, these are matter of politics and, you know, and other kinds of considerations at place. It's not got to do with demand for science education. If you use this, just like in the other thing, if you use this as an instrument, what does it mean? It means that where central government institutions open up, if it causes higher number of institutions in total, then this particular opening up affects the number of institutions, but has no independent impact on, you know, other things in the district. Why? Because they're not catering to this district, they're catering to the whole country. And if you use that, you observe very similar results, that science institutions, they seem to have a backward linkage. They seem to affect the demand for science in high school among boys, but nothing to do with girls. Girls don't respond to this at all, right? But this is a very early study. This is just some clues that boys choose science, you know, institutions, maybe they get some more information. We have pretty much no handle on why girls choose science. If you want to solve the STEM gap, you have to know why girls choose science. Only then you can solve the STEM gap, right? So it's tempting, and all these regressions you seek all control for the income of the household. So we know that income has a role to play. We control for all that. Still, we're not able to explain a large part of this choice. Now, it's tempting always to say that choice is because of marriage market. Many human capital choices of women, one can say it's because of marriage market, because there are many papers that show girls get educated because of trying to signal something in the marriage market, because labor force participation of women is very low in India. So it's hard to think why it would matter for labor market. But you can ask yourself, if girl has to signal smart, then why not choose science? Why not choose math? Right? So all these are questions. We have no answers for them. They don't seem to gel as a story, right? Which means that it's an open area. We don't know. You do surveys, you collect information, you go to schools, try to get this information, and now more and more data sets are coming out. Try to figure out the profile of girls studying science in either university or in high school. You will have to do more and more work. Last few things I want to talk about is, in fact, there is another interesting trend. You know, India is an amazing country to study because there's so many things happening. This is basically between 2014 and 17. If you look at these, so these give you the proportion of people who choose science in high school in 14 and 17. The top panel is for boys, the bottom panel is for girls. Notice between 14 and 17, there is a drop of boys taking up science, but there's negligible drop in girls taking up science. In fact, 29% to 28%, that difference is not even statistically significant. But the difference between 41% of boys taking up science to 36 is a statistically significant difference, right? Now, notice that if you were to look at the gap, the STEM gap, right? This would give you a very perverse result. This would make you feel that India is solving the gender problem. Because of course, it means that the gender gap falls because less boys are taking up science. So, you know, girls are remaining the same, less boys are taking up science. This will show up as a reduction in the gender gap in STEM. But it's being driven not by more girls taking up science, it's driven by less boys taking up science. right? So why? What is causing that? So here's basically more recent results, and this is for the whole country in contrast to just those two states. One of the things that we notice is that for the country as a whole, it seems that the per capita expenditure of the household, so in some sense, some proxy measure of the wealth of the household, is in fact positively correlated with taking up science, right? So in contrast to those samples, which are much smaller samples and from only two states, on an average, more richer households have children taking up science. Remember, this is people among children who go to higher secondary, right? So we're not talking about those who have dropped out or not enrolled. Even among people who are in class 11 and 12, wealth correlates with taking up science in school, but only for boys. No impact on girls. Okay. Now let's try to bring the story together. So what is happening? Again, speculation, research topic you can work on. We know that the right to education in 2009 led to a big increase in students who joined the education system, right? So who are these new entrants? They're typically children of poorer households relative to others, right? These were the profiles that were not in the education system. Now we have much more poorer households. So here's a question. So we have seen that for boys, there's a strong positive correlation between income and taking up science. Is the fact that lower income households are now in the education system the reason why boys are taking up less science? Now, anecdotally, right? Anecdotally, again, we don't know the evidence for this fully. Studying science is expensive due to tuition, and especially for boys, it's important because, you know, if most boys are aiming for engineering, they will need to take a lot of tuition to qualify for engineering, which means that the choice of taking up science is in fact the choice of sitting for these entrance exams, which is an expensive choice. Now, if you're not going to take these entrance exams for engineering, right, you might not even study math. Why take up a hard subject like math in high school? Secondly, why is the demand for science for girls insensitive to income? So one story is that they are not going for engineering, which requires higher outlays. So, you know, there is a certain preference and culture in households. Some girls go irrespective of what the income level is, not as much money is spent on them because they're not taking entrance exams. Therefore, as poorer households join the education system and their children come to class 11 and 12, this choice doesn't change. It's the same 28, 29, some proportion just taking up science. There's because of less expenditures, it doesn't really matter. However, for boys, it seems to matter more because of the strong correlation between taking up engineering and taking up science. Okay, this is all speculation. It's all research topics many of you can work on. Okay. I don't know if I should take questions now or talk about it. Maybe I should just do 5 minutes of this and I'll take up questions after that. I think I've talked already for about a couple of hours. The other big skill in the Indian labor market, and which characterizes much of education policy that is happening, is English. Okay, and if you just do simple correlations, you know, the return to speaking fluent English, and this is from the IHDS, so this is not even people from elite institutions, this is just, you know, people you can survey. There's a 34% return to doing fluent English. There is a 13% return to knowing even a little bit of English. Okay, and in fact, one of the things that you might think is that if you study technical subjects, then English is not needed so much. That's not true. You know, if you know fluent English, you see the second panel which says table 5 at the bottom. It says that if you know fluent English, then the returns to science is 28%. If you know no English, then even studying science subjects gets you very little return. Okay, so there is a complementarity between knowing English and being fluent in English and studying science subjects. If you notice, there used to be a WhatsApp video going around a couple of years back which said that engineers had made a video saying, I wish instead of engineering they just taught us better English. right? It's very important for labor market to that, right? Now, these are correlations. So question is, why is there returns to English? So one of the arguments that some people have put forth is that actually it's not English. English is a marker. It's a marker for elite background with good quality schooling, right? So it's actually returned to school quality that, typically we don't have data for. So if you see someone speaking fluent English, you kind of, people who are employing kind of guess that they must be from a good school, so they must be smart, right? So this is not about English. It's about, what kind of quality of school people have gone to. And in fact, if you just regress, the fees children paid in school and, whether they can speak fluent English or they went to an English medium school, you can see in the bottom table that I just showed you that there is some statistical correlation between speaking fluent English and, how expensive your school was and whether it was an English medium school or not. So yeah, it's consistent with that story. However, if you run a regression of wages on fluent English, right, of 21 to 30-year-olds who are working and control for what they had spent on their schooling when they were younger. So you can do this. You need a longitudinal data. The Indian Human Development Survey, in fact, is a panel data set. So you can look at 2011, these people who are in the labor market, and you can track them back in 2004-5 when they were in school and how much money was being spent on them. If you control for the school fees as well as, which kind of English medium school they went to, whether it's a private school, the returns don't really change that much. Still a 21% return to fluent English. So yes, some part of it is because of good private school, but we still haven't been able to explain 20% of why English matters for labor market. These are large correlations, right? So again, open topic, why are there returns to English? As I said, English as being a mark of good quality schooling, this is not the full explanation, right? And then you can ask yourself, okay, if that is not true, then why is there a return in general? Let's say that it's not about these things, it's about something that English speaking people can do. Is it because the service sector desires English? Yeah, so now go back to what constitutes a service sector. Think about education. Is it that English helps in getting education jobs? And the interesting finding, which is not about very specifics of India, but more general, is that service sector as a proportion of GDP is in fact higher in countries once colonized by England. So you can ask yourself, is our colonial past the reason why we had some initial competency of English, which has led to the service sector growth in India, right? That certain particular kinds of sectors, instead of manufacturing, we have moved towards service sector jobs. Again, connected to a pan kind of development story. Okay, I will just, so I think now I should take questions. So let me move 3-4 slides back to my bottom line. I can talk about other things too if you want. So there are a lot of issues in education that are interesting, right? So here we started with macro development, micro, higher education, English, speaking, science speaking, and more data is available through state governments, right? You can get many of these. These are all the data sets I have given you. None of them are proprietary. These are all free data sets. Some of it is collected as part of surveys, but those surveys can be done by you. They're not expensive surveys. So there are many inlets in the area of human capital. You can enter from, the higher education side. You can enter from higher schooling side. I know many of you work on pre-primary, primary education, and yes, it's very good to work in those. Those are very meaningful things. But those are crowded areas. So if you want to work on an area which is important, but on which there is less crowd, I would urge looking at class 10 and onwards. Many interesting things to be done and which have direct connection with the economy, right? We have just scratched the surface. Another thing I would urge is many of you to work with educationists. Yes, economics people know a lot about education, human capital, but education is a very nuanced thing. And more current debates on education are about more nuanced things like this, right? About STEM, science, aspirations, things like that. Pedagogy, it is very important that you talk to educationists, if not have one on your committee, to get these interesting things that education has worked on for some time, and they actually know more about than you, but they have less of a lens of quantitative work. So there are a lot of things you can do which are publishable, and there are many recent trends that people have not studied that you can use for your research. So I'll end here, and thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, sir, for this highly insightful lecture. It was really an eye-opener and gave us an understanding of the less researched areas in education and the opportunities for further research. Now the session is open for discussion. Participants may raise their queries by unmuting themselves or by posting them in the chat box.
Perhaps it was a lot.
Hi, this is Godwin. Can I?
Yes, please.
Mine is actually a conceptual question before my younger ones, start, raising issues. See, education has got, multiple objectives, right? Or goals of education, right? Like, and, of course, livelihood is one among them, right? Social change, etc. You know it better than me. So in that kind of a situation, how do we model returns to education in terms of one of the narrow variables in that kind of sense, modeling it as returns to education measured just in terms of getting where they are placed, or the income question. So why I ask you this question is also part of the second part of the awkward economics of education, right? So where markets don't clear, and more often we find that the cost, 1/3 of the total cost is normally covered in the education through whatever fees or other means. There are more reasons, because the whole idea of education, many contest that it should not be even called a good at all. So huge characteristics of this public good kind of features dominate that particular market. So in that kind of a situation, like we also say, like this general education versus professional education. General education is definitely might not bring us more returns, but for a democracy, for a population who want to unlearn, general education becomes more important than the other one. So how do we position them, or model them rather? I think this is a larger question that I wanted to position at the first. Okay.
No, very interesting question. As you noticed right from the beginning, I was very careful to point out that we are using a very narrow lens. So let me answer that in two ways. Okay. So I think that I don't think there's one answer to this question, because there are various things that education gives a society, and which one you want to focus on depends on the weights you put on various things that you think are important in society, right? And so all of us will disagree on, it will be very hard to agree on which one is the desirable characteristic and which one is not. So the approach of at least economics research has been, and economics, I have only given one slice of some part of research on economics. There are many papers, some written even by my students. I've written some stuff on looking at impact of education on democracy, on education, on election outcomes, on do educated leaders make better education policies? Are they more open to change? So in the field of economics, different people work on different objectives of education, and I think as researchers, I think that's the best we can do. So I have given one glimpse of the pecuniary or the monetary benefit that you can measure. You can define your outcome differently, and you can think about politics, you can think about democracy, you can think about public goods. You can think about are more educated people better coordinators? Are they socially more cohesive, right? And people are working on these issues all the time. Different people are working on different aspects of it, and I think that's what one should do. One should recognize that to push it through one lens, it will never give you the question. But if you ask me, is there a way to step back and to take all the aspects of education and give one answer? That is not possible, because that, I think, is inherently not possible, because those produce different outcomes, and one number to reflect all that, it will require us to weight various things that come into the social welfare, and that we will not agree on. I mean, Kerala may think this is important, UP may not think it's important, some politicians may feel it's important, others may not feel it's important. So so this is to say, and I think I must add that this talk has been about just one aspect of education outcome. There is a literature which looks at other aspects of education too. More and more things are now elicited in households. We have measures of social cohesion. We have measures of democratic, at least feelings of freedom, confidence in institutions. Many outcomes that are measurable. You can look at each of these things, and they all there are already work in those things, right? So I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, this is one lens. I don't want to call anything a narrow lens, just because if I were to work on democracy and education, after some point you will say that my measure of democracy is also narrow, because anything to be measured, you will have to define something, and in defining something, that thing will become narrow, right? So narrowness is not the important problem. The problem is that we should acknowledge that this is not the only thing about education that matters. And I think there is at least in research, there is a acknowledgement of that.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like everyone's superbly convinced and going into the data sets and studying their work.
Since others might be preparing for questions, can I have just a quick one, supplementary one? Yeah. See, as you have indicated that the methodology, the measure of that night lights, etc. That's very interesting. But for example, states like Madhya Pradesh or Kerala, two states with some decent coverage of forests, okay, and especially say districts like in Kerala, there is a district called Pathanamthitta that comes in third or fourth in terms of the per capita income in this particular state from the top. So that actually has got a wider coverage of greenery. So will that show when it this photographs will indicate Pathanamthitta district is having low night light, but it is actually going by the traditional indicators. It's actually a better placed district. So
you're right. So what you have to do when you work with night lights is you need to have a standard set of controls which automatically correlate with the amount of night lights that you have. So for example, again from space, it's very easy to see forest cover. So a lot of us who work on night lights will always control for the amount of forest cover in a particular district. Okay, so any systematic bias because of that will be covered. The second thing is that, of course, people look at night lights per capita instead of per unit area. So there, one of the arguments could be that, so then night lights is only coming from a small part of the district, but people also live in those small part of the district. So if you do per capita, then it takes away some of the aspect of the forest cover. In fact, not just forest cover. Forest cover is easy because we have the data for that. When you work with night lights, in all regressions, you use night lights as an outcome. You have to control for the latitude, the longitude, because the angle at which the sensors are will depend. because we are capturing luminosity. So, the angle at which the camera is going to capture, it will depend on that. So you need very strong, controls for the amount, the inclination, this latitude and the longitude and inclination. The higher up you are, night light, like for example, in hilly areas, night lights reflect in a very different way than in plains. So all the scientific kind of technical reasons why night lights may differ are all part of controls of a standard regression that has night lights in it. So those are easy ones. Those are all controlled for.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But it's a great source because, the one thing we have to acknowledge is that, is it GDP? Of course not. It's night lights, electrification or light usage. We are just using the fact that it seems to correlate very well with GDP after you account for some of these things that you are saying, right? GDP per capita. And we are using that trick till, we are able to convince our governments to capture data on, small units, but they are hard. We know that is a long run process that will not come. In fact, satellite data is available for many things. Since you asked, if you want to look at agriculture productivity, now there is a data set called NPP. There are also data from satellites that look at the amount of green that are captured during, they are not night lights, they are day capturing of the cover. So, and they are done daily. So you can look at growth, you can control for baseline greenery, so that you can look at crop acreage and things like that. And people who have got these measures, they have of course correlated it with district measures of productivity that you can, that you get from government crop cutting exercises, and it correlates fairly well. So, that then it's some sort of proxy for that. So, that just helps us go granular. That's all.
Okay. Thank you so much.
This is where actually the physical ones, seminars are, these kind of talks are more important. I think there are many more questions that come up when you're looking at someone. In Zoom has this big problem, but I'm happy to share, the slides with the organizer. So if anyone wants to look at them and, has some queries, they can always email me. I'm happy to take, emails.
Are there any more questions?
Yes. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth. So what would you think about social capital as a determinant of higher education, as well as the choice of stream, like science subjects or the commerce subject and such? Like when even looking at the data that you presented, there was a difference between maths taking girls and boys, and science opting science and boys. And even when we look at the social capital measure, we can it is very different from caste, and generally boys interact more with the society than girls. Even with the coming of social media and such, in urban areas, the availability of social media and internet connectivity to girls and boys are almost the same. But when coming to rural areas, there is a big difference, and boys generally use more internet and social media than girls. So do you think there would be an impact of social capital on the attainment of higher education, as well as?
It's a great idea. You should go and try it. It's possible to do. Again, I'm saying no. Very few papers have looked at this choice. It's I can immediately think of the NSS data that has already, whether you have internet in the household, whether you use internet, and you can see, it's a plausible hypothesis. I use the institutional work to show that, whether the information of having institutions around you maybe gives you some information that you use, and it seems to affect boys but not girls. But it could well be that, that higher, knowledge about opportunities out there would change, girls' attitudes towards education. It's a plausible hypothesis. I mean, again, it's possible to do so. It's possible to check. Social capital per se, I mean, I don't think you meant social capital in that. Social capital is a very big word. So I think social media or access to information is a well-defined question, and you can definitely look at the NSS data I mean, they will have everything, I know, on these things, because the internet usage data is there in, in fact, I did not cite it. One of our students has some initial work which shows that internet penetration increases, the proportion of students who are doing higher education. The idea was that maybe they get more information. So maybe it could be gendered also. One can look at that. So the information is there. I think 2014 and 17. And then back in time in 2006, I think. If you look at the 3 rounds, and they have information on internet usage. Questions are slightly different, but you will get an idea whether there's an internet usage, and you can immediately figure out whether that is what is causing the difference in science choice. Yeah, good question.
So I understand, like, social capital is a big word. What you said is absolutely right. And by social capital, I did not only meant the internet penetration or the digital divide, but there are other things, like in the case of our country, caste is a big determinant. And like, even when we look at the admissions for PG courses in our university, there are several courses where SC and ST seats are lying vacant. There are students who have passed their bachelor degrees, but they're not coming up for post-graduation.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, I will tell you, I think, so, yeah, definitely. I mean, what you're talking about is the impact of, the culture of the house or the economic status of the house, or, whatever comes. Caste is a very black box term. So it has many aspects. Those things have been looked. I mean, in our paper also, we looked at it. We found that, the returns to science for the general, the non-SC/ST category, which is OBCs and the general category, comes from higher private sector wages. But the returns to, for example, SC households from science comes from a larger probability of being able to get a public sector job. Okay, so considerations are very different across different kinds of households, and of course one can look very much into it. My only thing about this black box thing is, I think gone are the days where you can just say SC and non-SC have this difference, because people want to know something more granular. What is it about? What is driving this difference? Because for any outcome in India, if you do SC, ST and others, there are differences in outcomes. I mean, that we know. We don't even have to run a regression. Everything will always have a difference. So people have come to a stage where exhibiting the difference is not surprising to people anymore. What people want to know is that what is it about the SC households that we can, that is actually driving this. So that could be, that is very, very much linked to sociology in terms of trying to understand, is it their attitude, is it their risk taking, is it their fear, is it discrimination, right? So you have to break it down from just the categorization of SC, ST as like a black box thing into what is the mechanics of what is driving this difference. Okay, so that in that sense, one can look at, I said social capital in the sense that, in economics, one of the ways to look at social capital is also to look at social cohesion. And one of the reasons why social cohesion matters is that in public goods literature, in whether you get public schools, you get higher secondary schools, and so on and so forth, one of the important things, especially when the government is involved, is social cohesion, because you have to come together as a panchayat and lobby, block officers and so on and so forth to get things in your village or your panchayat. So even like village level, what are called ethnic fractionalizations on linguistic grounds or caste grounds or religious grounds can have links to human capital outcomes, but that typically comes through provision of infrastructure, right? That is what a lot of literature has found, whether it be the political economy literature or just pure social cohesion literature, have found that that is the aspect of social capital that has basically resulted in differences in human capital. But what you meant it as what is embodied in these other social constructs like caste, religion, and so on and so forth. There, I feel that just pointing out the difference, like you take education outcomes and say Muslims and non-Muslims, I can tell you for sure that at least in education there will always be a difference. Now the question is that if already your reader kind of expects that, then it is not so much surprising. The interest levels will be low. If you can break it down to what is it about them that causes this difference, you would have added to the literature. So that's why you should borrow more, read more of anthropology, sociology. They have much more nuanced ideas about these things. And then to try to figure out if you can get nuanced things that you can in some sense measure and then try to implement. You will probably have to implement it in your own surveys because standardized surveys, the IHDS has some aspect but not a lot, but it's possible.
Yes, sir. The World Bank actually has a questionnaire that quantifies social capital, which actually encompasses all the things that you just said, like the amount of social interactions, the political involvement of a particular community, and the political representation from a particular household or family. So I was thinking about linking that quantifiable questionnaire to education.
Yeah. I mean, it's a well-defined question. It's a well-defined question, but be aware that there is a literature that already shows that education infrastructure depends a lot on that social cohesion. So if you just point that out, it's already known. So what you will have to point out is that in spite of having, the institutional arrangements, there are still more differences that come out because of lack of cohesion. Okay. So, I'll point out a couple of data sets if you on social cohesion, which are, the SAGE, the Survey of the Aged, has a village as well as a household questionnaire. The individual questionnaire has many questions on looking at the aspect of social cohesion. There is LUSSI, which is the Longitudinal Survey of the Aged in India, that has a community questionnaire which has many questions again on social cohesion. In the case of SAGE, you have outcomes even of younger people because it goes from 18 to 65, and there are many people between 18 and 40 in those surveys. The SAGE, the LUSSI basically is of that older people. So all your outcomes will be largely of older people, so may not be of interest to many of you. I mean, maybe of interest to you differently for different topics, but not for education.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Sir, since we are running short of time, so let me move to the next segment.
Sure.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Christabel PJ, Associate Professor of our department, to propose a vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Meeta. A warm good afternoon to one and all. We have come to the end of the inaugural session of the three-day online international workshop on research methodology and doctoral colloquium. Now it is time to extend our gratitude to the dignitaries, delegates, and students who have attended the international conference. I'll be very short as we have exceeded the time allotted for the session. First of all, my sincere thanks to Professor Anita V. As the head of the department. She is the organizer of this international workshop. Thank you so much for organizing the workshop and for presiding over the session. Next, let me take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to Professor Gabriel Simon Tattel, Director IQAC, University of Kerala, and Head of the Department of Commerce for delivering the inaugural address. He has enlightened us with a great speech on the quality of research, how we conduct research, and what is the commitment towards research. On behalf of the Department of Economics and my own behalf, I thank so much you, sir, for being with us today morning and addressed the audience. Next, we are so fortunate to have our keynote speaker, Professor Abhirup Mukherjee from Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi. He has delivered an enlightening lecture on the topic Economics of Education, some empirical issues for India. At the outset, I would say that we all at University of Kerala learned a lot of new things today morning on various nuances of education. What are the practical issues one may come across while doing research in education? The issues which are inherent in the data set, such as NSSO, SECC, census data, and even night lights from satellite data. All we have seen through his presentation. He has also touched upon various research questions which arise or could be posed in the context of education, especially in the rural and urban education, STEM education, science gap, math gap, gender gap, returns in education, quality of education, skill and education, participation of various communities in the education, etc. So he has touched upon a lot of areas. A sincere thanks from our part, sir, especially from all of us in Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and on my own behalf, I extend our sincere thanks to be with us for the online session today morning and enlightening our students with the data sets and the research output of you and your colleagues in ISI. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Professor Manju S. Nair, Dean, School of Social Sciences, has offered facilitation. Thank you so much for your support, dear madam. Professor Shija Essa has delivered the welcome speech. Thank you so much for your presence and words. I would also like to thank all the colleagues in the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, Professor A.K. Prasad, Director, School of Social Sciences. He has been with us throughout the session. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Siddiq Rabia, he also has been there. Professor Abdul Salime, our former head of the department, attended the session. Thank you so much for being with us. I thank all the PhD scholars, MPhil scholars, PG students, teachers and students from sister institutions, and all the delegates who have participated in the workshop, and all those who have responded to the addresses and so on. The inaugural session comes to an end. Once again, I thank you everybody for your kind cooperation and support. Please be with us for the coming 3 days and deliberate upon various issues in research and the methodological aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I request all the participants to continue for the first technical session on harnessing nationally representative data sets for public health and nutrition research. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon all. Are we ready to present?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hi, Zach.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Rashmi, you can now.
Okay, ma'am. Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
A very warm good afternoon, one and all. Welcome to the first technical session of the 3-day online international workshop on research methodology and doctoral colloquium. Welcome, Professor Anita V, Head of the Department and Organizing Secretary of this international workshop, and the faculty members of this department. In this session, we have with us Mr. Siddiq R and Dr. Zakria Siddiqui. I welcome Mr. Siddiq R, who is the chair of this session. He is the assistant professor in this Department of Economics, University of Kerala, director IUCA, and the director of student services in University of Kerala. And the special address in this session will be delivered by the Honorable Professor Dr. Zakria Siddiqui, Associate Professor, Gulati Institute of Finance and Taxation, and also an adjunct fellow in the University of South Australia. His training in quantitative social science research is from Center for Development Studies, Thiruvananthapuram, Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and at the Center for Operations Research and Econometrics, University, Catholic de Louvain, Belgium. In this session, he will be giving his valuable insights regarding the topic harnessing nationality representative datasets for public health and nutrition research. On behalf of the department, I cordially invite Dr. Zakria Siddiqui to this event. I also welcome all the research scholars and students into this session. Now, I invite Mr. Siddiq R to chair this session. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving this opportunity to chair a session which I know a person very closely, and we have a long association with Zach. Yeah. So actually, I want to speak a little bit on the contribution and the kind of expertise Dr. Zakria is having. Basically, he had worked on different kinds of data sets, including experimental data set. He was also part of, to my knowledge, he was also part of the experimental research conducted by, Esther Daflo and many people who had worked on our RCT and all. He was worked on Indian data set and collected information. Then he also worked with the nutritional data set. He worked with NSSO and all kinds of data set he is familiar with. So today we got a very apt person who can basically deal with the data set and how we can effectively use the data set to have a better understanding of our research issues and come up with a better explanation. Basically, the interpretation of the data, that is the most important part of data analysis, and probably he's the best person who can, especially in the health and nutrition data, can speak on, and because he had published extensively in this area. At least 2-3 papers are very good, excellent, internationally acclaimed papers. So in that context, we are very fortunate to have Professor Zakria Siddiqui to speak on this issue of harnessing nationally representative data sets for public health and nutrition research. With this short introduction, let me hand over the session to Dr. Zakria Siddiqui, and I don't want to speak much on in this aspect. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Siddiq. It is a pleasure to be together on this platform. For all of you, there are some informal, realities about us that we shared, same hostel. We were neighbors in JNU while we were together in JNU. So, we shared a lot of moments of happiness and sadness together. So it's really the seriousness with which Siddiq follows debates in very different fields of economics and public policy. It was a pleasure, and it will be pleasure because now I am physically in Kerala, so it is more likely that we will have continuous discussions, which is very high learning process for me. So, and I greatly thank this opportunity to, formally inviting me and, giving me an opportunity to share with students, particularly doctoral students, certain ideas, research ideas that students can pursue or certain methodological challenges they might face. So I will not, talk in a very structured manner, I must say, because different data sets have different, properties and informations. So what I have decided to do in today's lecture is basically introduce one of the India's most formidable problems, public health problem, nutrition problem, is child health. So we will talk a little bit more detail in child health and how to use that data, what kind of indicators we use, and how we get these indicators from Indian data sets. And then we briefly talk about other public health related research, areas, and also introduce the data sets that can help research those areas, and briefly introduce different kinds of debate that are around, and to some extent I have contributed to them, but there are many which are yet in making. So I'll start the session with PPT, just to be a little bit more, organized. Which is screen one. So you must be seeing all my files, but now you will be able to see my screen with the PPT. Okay, so you are able to see my screen. Okay, good. So, so what I'm going to do now is briefly introduce, child health and nutrition indicators, and then how they are, what they mean, and how they are derived from the data. And similarly, there will be other. So it is just one case which I will discuss in detail, and then later on you can understand that okay, something like this happens in other data also. And child nutrition is something where I have not worked much, so it's not my forte so far. So I thought I will try this as a go, first go. So most of us, we know the term stunting. It is basically defined as low height for age. So if your age at certain, if you have certain age as a child, then you must have certain height. So there is a standard that you must attain, or you should be above that. If you are below that standard, then you are kind of, stunted, or in simple English term, we can call it height falter. You are faltering in height, or the child is faltering in the height. And this is one of the most important indicator for child health. And in the context of India, there has been a lot of discussion about this because India's stunting rates are very, very high. Stunting also has a lot of long-term developmental, it can be used as a developmental indicator for long-term development indicator, and it is linked to actually growth of child's mental abilities. Okay, so at the younger age, when child is growing in height, in the same proportion, child is also growing in mind. And after a certain period of time, particularly after 3 years of time, the child growth, physical growth, and child's mental growth is 1-to-1 corresponding. Okay, and after that, mental growth slows down and physical growth continues. Okay, and till 6 years, some scholars actually convey that till 6 years there is a possibility for reversing some of the disadvantage in terms of cognitive capacity by providing better nutrition. But after 6 months, after 6 years, it is not possible to reverse the disadvantage that child has faced in the childhood, and it will be there with him for lifelong. So that disadvantage continues because he cannot perform as good as a fully able child in his learning, and therefore his education will get affected, and in future his wage will get affected. So this is the implication of this indicator. We will come to the definitional aspect of indicators later. Let me first introduce the substantive meaning of these indicators. So if you look at how we have performed in this indicator, I said I will come to the measurement problems later, but let me just show you how we are doing in comparison to other countries in the world. So on x-axis, we have this log of GDP per capita in terms of purchasing power parity of 2017 US dollars. And we have prevalence rates of different countries in terms of height faltering, or what the scientific term is stunting. So you can see that this line that you see, the dark line going through, is basically representative of the global average at different levels of per capita income. Okay. Now, if you look at India in different years, I have kind of labeled them. So you can see that India is far worse than, global standards at given per capita levels of income than an average country. Of course, in near future, years closer to us, in latest years, we see that that gap has significantly declined. So in 2006, you see very high gap. In 2004, you see the gap has reduced. And in 2017, you see that further, you see the reduction in gap further, but it is still, away from global standards. It is not yet close to global standard, but it is catching up. India is catching up with global average. Okay. So this is the situation of stunting, and that's why many people were worried about stunting, and there has been a lot of writing on this aspect of child health. And policy-wise, and academic people who are in academic scholars, they actually want to look at this indicator because it doesn't fluctuate in the short run, first thing, and it is very reliable. So people want to use this indicator. That does not mean that short-term indicators may not be important. As we will see that, in the next indicator is that of what is called wasting or thinness, and in substantive term, it is known as low weight for a given height. So suppose you may have attained a height. Now, for that level of height, each child is supposed to have at least some level of body mass. So if you have that body mass below that standard, then you are supposed to be having low body mass compared to the standard. So these can be also termed as body mass faltering, meaning that your body mass is not as much as it should be given the standards of growth of the child. And these growth standards are decided by WHO. Okay, so WHO decides this. We will come to that. So this is basically a short-run phenomena. So child can quickly lose the body mass because of his exposure or her exposure to infectious environment, and quickly recover back as well, So it is a very short-term measurement or short-term indicator. Similarly, if the child is exposed to, say, lack of food because of some sort of incident that happened in the locality, for example, if you are living in a violent area, then your parents cannot go for work, food might be difficult to, purchase, then you are likely to suffer from low consumption of food, and that will lead to body mass faltering in immediate term, and that will show in this indicator, not in stunting, because your height is not going to reduce immediately, but your body mass will show up immediately. So that's why these short-run indicators sometimes are very, very important. For example, if you go to Yemen now was in conflict for a very long time, and still it is quite bad. So the children have started losing body mass very quickly, and after that loss of body mass for consistently longer period of time has led to reduction in height. So they became stunted as a result of consistent loss of body mass in consecutive periods. So these short-run indicators, if they continue to persist, the short-run falterings, if they continue to persist, they will have effect on the long-run indicator. So, and of course, this is even both wasting as well as stunting have very, very high risk factor for child death. So these are not just only a nutritional indicator, but they also related to the risk of dying or mortality risk. So this is known as acute because it is a short-run phenomena. Child can recover very quickly from that kind of shortage, and the stunting is chronic indicator of malnutrition because it is very long-term indicator. Now, how we are doing in case of wasting India, you can see that India is a very big outlier, and it has remained hovered around close to 17%, between 15 to 20. So that is the band, but on an average, it has remained around 17%. Prevalence, and other countries or global average is much lower. Global average for the countries which are at par with India's GDP is close to less than 10%. So global average, we are doubly worse than the global average. So now, you see, this is something that did not get much attention in Indian literature, okay? And people kept talking about stunting because stunting was something that people thought is supposed to increase in the longer term. And if we are able to improve stunting, we don't care much about short-term. But the problem in Indian circumstances is that child become victim of body mass faltering very, very frequently. And that kind of monitoring did not happen because we were focused on stunting. So suppose, harvesting season is over, food is scarce in the society, so child is at higher risk of being wasted or being body mass faltering. Suppose there is a conflict in certain pockets of our country, the child is greater risk of body mass faltering. Suppose there is a sudden, crisis of some nature which allows labor to not to use its labor entitlements, then parents are losing their jobs. As a result, there will be body mass faltering. So just imagine what would have happened during COVID. It would have led to massive body faltering because one of the components of our integrated child development scheme and the midday meal scheme is to provide at least lunch to each child, right? So that was affected very badly during the lockdown, and it continued for very long period of time, and services did not were not back online immediately. So these children would have lost big time because their parents were losing job. The public security entitlements or government related security entitlements, they were also not working properly. So just imagine what kind of situation would have prevailed. This data does not have any details of what happened to those children during the COVID times, but you can extrapolate that we have been ignoring this kind of sporadic events systematically because we are only focused on stunting. Now, just to get that point right into our cognition, I'm just giving you a flavor of how seasonal variation happens in case of wasting, but you don't see that kind of seasonal variation in case of stunting. So on x-axis, these are different quarters. So quarter one is basically, December to February. In December or November, we start harvesting in most parts of the India, and you can see the food will be abundant at that time. Labor would be able to utilize their, entitlements to get some, work, agrarian related work. So they will directly have access to food grains. So you can see this wasting prevalence in this quarter is smaller, lower. And as we move away from the harvesting season, you see that wasting prevalence continues to increase. And these are the data sets that are 10 years apart, 2005-6 and 2015-16. But the seasonal variation in them, in both these years, is very, very striking. And survey was not done with a view to capture seasonal variation. It was just the natural thing. And of course, the samples are not distributed evenly across this period. So you might question my analysis on that ground, but the similarity of two cross sections giving the same result gives you that confidence that it has some element of truth. But if you look at the stunting, it continues to be very, very similar across the quarters. Okay, so stunting does not have the seasonality, but wasting have the seasonality, which means that policy implication of is that if the child continues to face episodes of wasting or body mass faltering continuously, it may translate into stunting. And therefore, even if you systematically try to improve stunting by giving a regular flow of nutritional inputs to the children, you may not be able to improve stunting very much because wasting or the body mass faltering happens on a sporadic basis in different regions at different point of time because of very different reasons. So you need to monitor those sporadic events and then plan your intervention so that child do not get wasted when they are at higher risk. So you have to plan your intervention in such a way that emergency services to the children are available in times of greater risk. But that we don't have a policy system for that. Even though we have an institutional system where we could have done that very easily, because this ICDS scheme, that Anganwadi system, where each Anganwadi worker is supposed to, record the level of weight for given month, every month. Every month they are supposed to record the weight of the child, but it is an administrative data, and therefore each Anganwadi is motivated to report that child has been making consistent improvement. So this is basically a first data. I have samples where you will see that child after child, the recording is such that each child every month is facing some sort of improvement. There is no episode of malaria, there is no episode of diarrhea where child would have lost some body mass. So it's not a truthful reporting. And this is the basis on which actually government responded to Global Hunger Index and said that our 90% of our children are doing well, because obviously Anganwadis are recording the data in such a way that you will always have better outcomes. So there is a combined indicator which actually combines chronic and acute measures of malnutrition, which is known as underweight or low weight for age. So this is basically measurement of, for a given age, you must have certain amount of weight. And if you are faltering in that, then you would be considered. Now, my request to all the PhD students and future researchers is that these are different indicators of child health. And usually when we do our research, we try to do a multivariate analysis or regression of this variable as outcome, and then we have plethora of independent variables explaining this, and usually they are the same indicators. So it will be household wealth, it will be whether the mother or father is working or not, or what is the level of education of mother or father, what was the height of mother, what was the nutritional standard of mother. All these things will be there, and which region, rural, urban, all these kind of control variables are there, and but we are not giving this insight. We are not giving insight that what these indicators mean for policy. We are just saying this affects significantly, what affects significantly, and we are not giving insight to the reader, what kind of indicator should be used at what level. So it is very clear from my discussion now that the indicator that is short term and which is wasting should be used at policy execution level, right? For research purposes, for policy at a national level policy making, we can use stunting, but at local execution level, wasting becomes more important, because you have to see what is happening to each child in the short run. And if they consistently become wasted, then they have a greater risk of being stunted as well. So that is the reason why our stunting performance has been very slow, because we are an outlier nation in wasting itself. So how can we actually, and this also highlights the importance of developing a data set which is longitudinal in nature and very high frequency, because we need to look at the child very frequently, how his weight is responding in different times under different circumstances. But we don't have any data set like that at nationally representative level. So some researchers, some PhD students can actually observe, say, from a particular cohort of children in a particular village or a set of village, a sample where he or she can continuously, monitor the child for, say, in a given year, and see how the children's weight actually vary across the month. Okay, So now we come to how these indicators are actually measured. So the formula for measurement of each indicator is very, very similar. So there is a Z score that we have to give to each children based on whatever indicator we are using. So suppose we are talking about stunting. So we are thinking about height for that age, right? So there is this formula that Z is equal to X minus mu by sigma. So mu is actually a reference value from which each child is compared, which is decided by WHO, okay, based on certain norms. And X is your actual measurement of child's height for that given age. And then he is being compared, and this sigma is also decided by the WHO because the variation within the population cohort, irrespective of which cohort you measure, the variance does not change much. So it is considered as a constant for entire world. So this is the indicator. This is how Z formula is calculated. And after calculating Z formula, if you have a value, so this is basically, Z is basically a standard deviation measurement unit. So within 2 standard deviation, you are considered to be normal. Okay, so if your actual value is within 2 standards, so Z score is between -2 and 2, then you are okay. You are following the standards. There are certain range which is acceptable for normal weight. In this case, we are talking about stunting, so normal height. And if you cross a score of -2, then you are actually underperforming in your height. And if you are, crossing score 2, that means you are better than the reference population, but we are interested because if those students or those kids who are doing better, we are not concerned about that, but we are concerned about those who are not performing. So we are only mostly concerned about stunting, which is negative side of the thing. And mean, the mu is basically the median of the reference population. And sigma refers to the standard deviation within the reference population. But this sigma has been argued that it doesn't change from population to population, they remain same. So, and this is the principle that is followed for, say, weight for height, which is body mass faltering thing. And this is the same thing that is followed for the underweight or, combined indicator, which is basically combined indicator of chronic as well as acute measures. Okay, so earlier WHO used to use a reference population which was coming from US entirely based on certain US data sets, but there was a lot of debate about it, and then later WHO actually proposed this new, they did a survey of new set of cohort, which was very well performing cohort of very well performing children. So they are like, best performing, most likely to be the best performers in child health. And they took the representation from different countries so that there is no debate about, whether the standards are derived exclusively from a particular country. And therefore, and almost entire world uses this standard. So if those who are interested in knowing this debate, the things are available on WHO website, but I can share this PPT if somebody wants some, references or things like that. Okay, now there is an interesting debate about India's high level of stunting. So actually, prevalence of stunting in India is very high compared or higher relative to South Africa, sub-Saharan African countries. So, and on the contrary, the mortality rate of Indian children is lower than the sub-Saharan African countries. So some people said that, okay, even though sub-Saharan African country children are doing better in terms of nutritional, their risk of dying is high. And in the case of India, when our children are not doing better nutritionally, the risk of dying of Indian children is lower. So how can that be? Because this stunting itself is a very important and very valuable, very strong predictor of mortality rate of children in any country. So Arvind Paragaria, one of the very famous economists in Columbia University, he argued that Indian children may be genetically dispossessed for lower heights, So, so if you look at this, Indian states versus sub-Saharan African nations, you will see that these red dots are sub-Saharan Africa and blue dot is Indian states. You will see that sub-Saharan Africa is topping in terms of infant mortality rates. Okay, and the sub-Saharan African countries and the Indian states are, doing better in terms of mortality rate. But if you look at stunting, Indian states are reaching top. Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, they are on top, right? So, so the performance in mortality is in contrast with the performance. It's not matching. Now, if you look at global performance of the mortality rate, you can see that India is very, very close to global average, and over time it has performed. Now, in recent years, actually India's global performance is slightly better than global performance, despite the risk factor. We are very bad, so wasting we are very bad, and stunting we are very bad. But in case of infant mortality, we are very good. So it is a very reasonable argument somebody can make, So just imagine that if India was doing better in wasting and stunting, perhaps we would have done much better in mortality rate compared to global average. But unfortunately, we don't have that kind of performance. So no, the argument here is that, so this became a very plausible argument, and quite a lot of people, fell into that trap. I should say that was not a proper argument, because your infant mortality rate not only depends on nutritional aspect, but the availability of medical facilities. You may, continue to be in a bad health, but you can continue to live, and that is the situation in Kerala. Many people are, living with a lot of morbidities. So if you calculate a disability adjusted life for Kerala, it might be actually higher, much higher than other, but I'm not going to that, but I'm just going to, just giving it as an example. So, but when this question came up, the people came up with a lot of proofs about that this is not a credible argument, because whenever children from India grew or with Indian origin, children of parents of Indian origin, when they grew up in European contexts, they attained very similar heights to the European peer and similar body mass index to the European peer. And this happened in case of many places in US migrants who went from South America. They were normally, on an average, having lower heights. So this Ladino and Mayan, when they migrated to US, their children started growing like US standards, not anymore having shorter height. So this has been, proved in many, many contexts. And you can read about it from very famous book, which is called Where India Goes by Coffey and Spurious, which was published in 2017. I would strongly recommend all PhD students, irrespective of their topic, to read that book, because it basically gives you a flavor of how to write empirical, descriptions. So, this debate is now solved. Okay, there is nothing called genetic disposition in terms of child growth. It all is determined by the environmental factors in which you grow. If there is any, genetic factor, they are not significant. Okay. So people living in better environment, irrespective of their genetic, makeup, they grow with the same standards. Now, I initially made this point that early life health is actually very, very important for the growth of the child. So how am I going with the time? Yeah, I have to, so I have, how many minutes? I started late, right? So I have in together 1.5 hours, but I'll give some time for discussion, right? Or should I shorten it? You are muted.
No problem. You can speak a little bit more, because now you took around 30 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So you can speak another 10 minutes if you want.
Okay.
So we can go for the discussion.
Okay. So early life health is
one presenter, you can have that.
Yeah. So early life health is very important, as I already mentioned. So if you look at this, graph, again, it highlights that point. So this is the, height for age Z scores. So you know that people who are -4, -3, or below -2, they are actually stunted. And these are people who are doing better, right? So if you look at how they perform in terms of reading, okay? So this is for these two curves, the dark two curves dotted plus the regular line, they are for India. And you can clearly see that there is a very strong gradient how they perform in reading based on their Z score of stunting. Okay. That means that if you are stunted, you are more likely to falter in reading, right? The words. And if you are not stunted, or you are of normal height, you are more likely to read it successfully. And of course, it depends on age. So, the dark line is actually for age group 10 to 11, and the dotted line is for a 10 to 11, and the regular line is for 8 to 9, and the same case for US. But in case of US, the gradient is not so strongly dependent on the Z score, because very few children are here, basically. So in case of India, the gradient is really, really strong of learning. So as you can see, these learnings will have impact on future wages, and therefore a life that is less, enjoyable for the children who faced stunting in the early phases of their life. So, therefore, because they will be earning less wages, they will be, paying less taxes in future. So it makes sense to make them better taxpayers by investing in them in early childhood. But we are not doing that, And there is a calculation that it is worth to spend, 25,000 rupees per family on annual basis, So that will even out in long run, but nobody no government is going to rule for that long, so the incentive for them is very, very low. Now, if you look at the cost paid in terms of education, due to different countries, or paid by different countries because of the bad child health, you can see India is losing something like, close to 0.6 to 0.8 years of education for every child that is not performing well, in terms of height. So now I come to data sets. So these data, how do we do this research? This is a very interesting discussion, of course, but how can you as a PhD student do this? So we have this NFHS data set, which is done, the survey is done by IIPS and supported by, USAID, which is US International Agency for Development Support for different countries. And it is done by International Institute of Population Studies, which is the Institute of Government of India directly. It is directly under the Government of India and is located in Mumbai. And huge amount of PhD students get trained there, and they produce a lot of paper. But as I told you, the most papers, they come out with, simple regression analysis, some kind of technique, but they don't give the insight, policy insight. They don't, so my urge to our student in Kerala University is to critically examine those papers coming out of such institutes, because they are more data driven. They don't go into meaning of what they are, producing in terms of empirical outcomes. It would be more worthwhile in reflecting on those results rather than doing more quantitative analysis but not explaining much. So this is the Indian, but this is a part of the global data system, which is called Demographic and Health Survey Data System, and there is a website, global website, which has data set of all the countries. So you can download data set of any country, and the distribution of data is such that all the data from one country is comparable with another country. So you can merge the data from different countries in one data because variable names and everything is same. So you can have an inter-country comparison. For example, suppose you want to compare, South Asian countries. So you can merge the data of Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, and see how they are doing. Because many times these arguments are made that the Bangladesh is doing much better in terms of child health and gender-related, performance, and even health of mothers. They are doing much better. So how? What are the factors that drive their, performance compared to ours? So this data set not only can be harnessed for child health, this can be harnessed for adult nutrition, where BMI becomes the major indicator, body mass index, and this is a very common indicator which you must be knowing. So body mass index is basically a kind of composite index of height as well as weight. So adult height and adult weight are available in this data set. You can calculate BMI index, whether to determine whether they are underweight, overweight, or balanced. So all these indicators are there. Even in this data set, you find basically main aspect of this data set is reproductive reproductive health of women and child health, plus this nutritional aspect, and also it gives you additional information regarding certain policy actions that are taken by the state, how households have been able to benefit from those actions. For example, how many times women are able to access medical facilities that are made provided by the government, how many times antenatal care meaning when mothers are pregnant, how many times they are able to access these facilities. So all these variables are there. you can go deeper into that. And so our country suffers from very disbalanced kind of weight. So there is a significant proportion of population that is already underweight. They are undernourished. Then we have a group of people who are significantly growing in their weight, and they are at very high risk of non-communicable diseases like hypertension, and then heart diseases, and then diabetes. And Kerala is topping in the list of these non-communicable diseases. We have not given much attention in case of Kerala to these diseases. And particularly after the COVID came, the monitoring of these activities also, these diseases also suffered. So these are the data sets that you can use. So there is a district level health survey as well, which have very similar indicators. There are 3 rounds of data. In NFHS, the 5th round data has been released. Not data, the summary results have been released. The micro data is not available yet, but it will be available in no time. So if you are interested, you can go ahead with that. So, so what we find in kind of a summary result of this is that there is very little proportion of population that are actually having balanced nutrition. Some people are malnourished, some people are overnourished. A large proportion are in 2 ends of the distribution, and central part, which is the normal weight, very few people are there. And we also suffer from micronutrient deficiency, meaning that our food does not have, minerals and vitamins that it should have, So this is the triple whammy, meaning that one group of people are underweight, another group of people are overweight. And the third problem is that we are also having, deficiency in various micronutrients, particularly vitamins and minerals. So, so these data sets can easily help you to talk about these issues. If you are creative enough and if you are perceptive to the literature, you can, cull out important insights from these data sets. So other than nutritional aspect, there are, other debates in public health of India, particularly related to maternal health. Now, maternal health is, dependent on, or maternal mortality is dependent on utilization of contraceptives and utilization of skilled birth attendant and proper monitoring of mothers, like antenatal care and all that. So this contraceptive use by informed contraceptive use by mothers is a major issue in India. Most of the mothers use irreversible methods of contraception after they achieve a desired number of children that they want to achieve, and they will go for child one after another immediately. But the idea behind contraception was that there should be significant gap between the 2 births so that mothers are able to regain their nutrition level, which happens because they lose a lot of nutritional nutrition while nutritional standards because of birth of child. So the body should be given enough time and nutrition to recover from the first pregnancy, and then they should go for. So there should have been a informed choice by mothers what kind of contraception to be used. But most of the time, the focus for Indian policymakers, even though this was the stated policy goal, the focus of Indian policy at execution level became achieving the low fertility rate. So they pushed for irreversible methods of contraception after a certain amount of birth. So and there was a very clear financial incentive for local workers, local health workers like ASHA, because if they get women motivated for a contraception, permanent contraception like sterilization, then they also get some money, for that. So they will, so Ashas were motivated in convincing women to go for permanent contraceptions like sterilization rather than using reversible methods of contraception. So this became a serious problem. Again, use of skilled birth attendants is a very, very complex phenomena because access to health is not just dependent on creation of facility that is there, but also how health workers respond to particular, mothers. So we found in our research that scheduled caste and scheduled tribe women mostly face discrimination when they are in the health centers or medical facilities. And in many cases, I found at the field level that scheduled tribe women, first child they had in the hospital, but second child they had always at home. And when I asked them, inquired them, they said that this is because the way they treat us at the health center, we don't want to go back to that place, so that is the kind of, treatment led, repulsion from the services. So then there is another, set of surveys that are done by National Sample Survey or now National Statistical Office, which is more, but nevertheless NSS still exists. And they have a specific data on health, which is utilization of health as well as expenditure on health. So you can, these can be used for, knowing what kind of utilization of insurance is happening, what kind of out-of-pocket expenditure that households are doing on their treatment, and how this is the burden of expenditure might be pushing the households to poverty. So these are the things that you can, investigate from, and what is the regional variation within this, utilization pattern because of, because supply side may be very, very different for different states. For example, Kerala has a very strong decentralized public health system and it performs reasonably well. But if you go to Bihar, the supply side is very, very weak, meaning that health centers are not functioning, they don't even open. You just see that there is a building and nobody comes to attend that building. So utilization pattern can tell you a lot about what kind of supply side constraints are there in that region. So now, there is a very, very strong a health research area which is called social determinants of health, which was very, very actively promoted by WHO, and Michael Marmot was major, Sir Michael Marmot from, I think he's from UK, I think University College London, I think, I'm not exactly sure. So he promoted this idea that we get sick because we live in a particular environment. So if you come to the hospital and you get treated and you go back to the same environment, you will again become sick because you basically came from an environment which made you sick, So treatment is not enough. You need to create an environment where health can be promoted and diseases can be prevented. So this idea of preventive health and promotive health came into picture in a big way. And then this idea. So in our kind of data system, how do we do this kind of thing? So we can actually do neighborhood level effects, policy and policy environment, which is operating at certain state level. We can measure the effect of this through a method called multi-level modeling or the associated methods, because not only because this will capture this unobserved effect of village level factors that are affecting the health of individuals. For example, if you live in a very dirty village, you can do everything to protect yourself, but if the drainage is not functioning well, and if everything is out, you will get infected and your health will get affected. So neighborhood level effect becomes very, very important. And in the same way, policy environment in which you are operating, health related policy environment in which you are operating or in which you live determines, suppose if you live in a environment where there are lots of parks and greeneries, you feel like walking, so your health is good. But if you live in an environment where the roads are very busy, everybody is honking on top of you, so you don't feel like walking, you don't feel like having a leisurely walk, and therefore your health suffers. So all these environments are very, very, environmental factors become very, very important. So you can, to some extent, use village level identifiers or state level identifiers to find out what is the independent effect of village level clustering of information or state level clustering of information from this. And then there is another special survey which specifically focuses on this issue of is the water and sanitation and health and hygiene kind survey, which is done by NSS. So it was done in 2012 and then it was done in 2018. So it covers a lot of behavior of the household in terms of how they treat the water, in terms of from where the source of water, what kind of environment around the village, around the house is prevailing, how they protect themselves from mosquitoes, how they protect themselves from other kind of problems, how many living areas, what are the living arrangements, so that from there we can get an idea about what kind of diseases can grow in such environment. So we have that survey. Another associated, not directly related area is disability studies. Okay, and NSS has a special data set on disabled people. I think recently in 2019 or 18, we have a latest survey, and some students from IIT Palakkad are already using that survey because they are in touch with me to use this data. So that's how I know. So these are the things. And then environment, just to give you an example how environment is important, Now, this is a data that Bihar is a poor state, well known. Tamil Nadu is much richer state than Bihar. I'm not taking Kerala because Kerala is an extreme example in terms of, it is topping in per capita expenditure and all that. So I did not. Now, if you look at the calorie deficiency from a national standard, the national norm of 2155 is the rural India's calorie need per person. Okay, 2155 calories per day per person is the requirement. Now, if you look at Tamil Nadu faces much higher prevalence or per capita calorie intake of Tamil Nadu is lower than the Bihar. Okay, Bihar is, so that means that are you trying to suggest from this evidence, or are we trying to suggest that from this evidence that the Tamil Nadu people should eat more because they are much below the average calorie intake, because 2155. So most, the x-axis has expenditure deciles. So from bottom 10% of the population to a richer 10%, and we see a positive relationship between calorie intake in both states. But the calorie intake on an average for poor state is higher. So at macroeconomic level, calorie intake and in economic status is negatively related. But at micro level, calorie intake and economic status is positively related. What does this mean? This means that macroeconomic environment, which are generally rich, also have better health environment, less infectious diseases. So the absorption capacity that people have in less infected environment is much better. So if you eat 100 calories, you are more likely to absorb higher percentage of that calorie because you are living in cleaner environment. So, and if you are living in infectious environment, your efficiency of absorption of calories from the food you eat is reducing. So suppose in this case, a person from Bihar who consumes 100 calorie may actually effectively consume only 40 calorie or 60 calorie, let us say. But in Tamil Nadu, same consumption of calorie may lead to 80 units of calorie effectively. So much higher. So even though actual consumption in Tamil Nadu is less, effective consumption may be higher, which brings to the point that at national level, whatever calorie intake norms are decided is not correct, because if anything, Tamil Nadu cannot, consume lower than required calorie compared to Bihar, because Tamil Nadu on an average is much better economically than the Bihar population. So they will generally consume whatever calories they need. So this curve basically says that they actually need lower calories, that the people in Tamil Nadu need. In fact, in case of Kerala, people need 461 calories lesser than what is mandated at national level. So, and this has implication for poverty measurement, because if I use national level calorie norm to measure poverty in Kerala, almost entire population will become poor, because nobody is consuming more than 2100 calories. But that is the norm that is used for measurement of calorie by Rangarajan committee. But it is disaggregated at a very complex way, which is a longer debate. But I just wanted to highlight that these are the data sets that NSS, health rounds, NSS sanitation rounds, NSS disability rounds. Then you have NFHS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds. Then you have DLHS, district level health survey, 3 rounds. These are the data sets that give you nutrition related information, health related information, health utilization information. Then you have also one data set which talks about health expenditure at a very high frequency, is the consumer pyramid survey provided by the CMIA data, but it is very, very expensive and very few people have access to that in India right now. But it doesn't have much on health except for expenditure on health related items. So I think that's all. I would love to attend to questions.
Thank you so much for a wonderful reflection on the various aspects of nutrition, especially the newer things such as not standing, basically the wasting and altering of weight in that sense. So it is indeed a good reflection. So I'm going to open the floor, because there are so many research scholars. They can ask questions. If they want to ask, they can unmute and ask. Otherwise, they can just post their question in the chat box. So thank you so much for a very elaborated discussion on the aspect and the nutrition.
You are welcome. Let us see what kind of question comes from the floor.
That is what I am looking forward also, because there are students working in health. I don't know whether they are attending it or not.
So here we have master's student also, or just the PhD student?
Yeah, there are a few master students that attended. Otherwise, it's mostly research scholars. Tell me something about the actually, meanwhile, the questions maybe people are forming, I don't know. But I have a few inquiries, like or how can, from a policy perspective, we can, you were talking about the short run as well as the long run, indicators of nutrition, of child nutrition. So how do we basically, in state specific as well as national specific policy reflection can be made on this? Is there works related on that aspect?
I mean, the data can be disaggregated at a state level, and analysis can be done at state level. There is no problem, and you can actually calculate these prevalence rates for wasting and stunting at state level. But the problem is that wasting is a short-run phenomena, but measured at a particular point of time. You don't have a continuous stream of information about the same child, how he has been doing over time. So, and wasting requires the patterning of body mass in different seasons or in different phases of the child's life. Requires that kind of information. But we do survey at very, very long, like the last survey that we have is 2005-06, and then after that there was a measurement after 1 decade in 2015-16. So this kind of information gap, and that's obviously that child will never be resurveyed. So we don't have, and there is no way to identify the same child twice, even if they were measured, because these data sets are, just a cross-sectional data set. They do not have longitudinal. So that way, wasting, catching or getting hold of how wasting behaves in different, seasons is not very easy to, capture. And there is a need for that kind of data to really make improvement in terms of policy discussions. So there is
the micro level observation can be possible, right?
Yeah. That is what I was suggesting, that the PhD students can actually set a sample aside, and while they start their PhD, if they are in the beginning of their PhD, for next 2 years, they can observe and see how the seasonality matters while they do other aspects of their, they can go, to the households at particular day, and they get the data from them, or and then you do other things while, this measurement is going on. And once the data is ready, you do the proper analysis.
That's wonderful, because maybe some students do that in future. I don't know. I mean, just because I feel very interesting one to do, because we will have a kind of first-hand experience if we do, such as, for example, if we go to an ICD center, okay, so Anganwadi, for example, and we can get a different age group and different students. So basically from segment, right?
Yeah.
So we can monitor like every month.
Yeah, if Anganwadi was doing that properly, then we didn't need to do all this,
Yeah.
But the problem is that they have a very different incentive in reporting the data honestly. They don't have right incentive for honestly reporting the data. In fact, I don't know, I have a slide where, I can show you how these things are reported. I don't know how this happened, but I am still sharing the data. So you can see that, right? Oh, you can't see now because I closed.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see this table, right?
Right.
So see, it has been written by pencil by Anganwadi in West Bengal. And this is for a particular child in different months of different years, starting from 2015 October. Okay. So this child never had any faltering in height and weight at any time till 2018. And every month is growing at least by 100 grams or 200 grams. You know,
Yeah.
and it is written by pencil, which means that it can be rubbed and changed depending on what bosses want.
Okay.
And this is a typical phenomena in every, even in BR, I have seen this. This is typical way of writing. Because they think that onus of child's health falls on them because they are giving them food and all that.
Data and data manipulation and everything can be possible.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me, sir, may I?
Yeah, please.
Sir, thank you for your wonderful presentation. I'm Nancy John, a research scholar from the Department of Economics. Sir, I'm doing research on food security, national food security, something related to national food security. So don't you think that our policies are majorly concentrating on, like the National Food Security Act and all, are concentrating majorly on providing a minimum level of food security, like 5 kilo of food grains per house, per member in a household? Don't they have to concentrate much more on nutrition level? What is your take on that? Because this public distribution system has turned into a vote bank for many of the states. And don't you think that we have to concentrate more on nutrition than just bringing, just giving some minimum food security, like 5 kilo of rice, 5 kilo of wheat and all? Only that. Thank you. That's my, I would like to hear from you about that. Thank you.
Siddiq, can you translate this question to me? Because somehow there was a problem in my listening.
I'll write it in the chat box, sir.
Yeah, I think the sound is coming differently. So, Siddiq, can you summarize?
Yeah, actually, she was talking about the national food security, minimum national food security, such as providing 5 kilo of rice or cereal.
Yeah.
But is it actually sufficient to basically address the question of nutrition in that context? Because it is only provide some basic minimum only.
Yeah. So I understood because now I can link the keywords. So I mean, nutrition is the ultimate thing, which depends on the outcomes of indicators like BMI, or in case of child we have this stunting or wasting, or height for age, or weight for height and things like that. That is the ultimate indicator. These are inputs to make sure that people. So, but you can, but it is an important element. It is an important element to. But if you look at food requirements, that is what I was arguing in the last slide, that food requirements or calorie requirements of different populations are different because of the epidemiological environment in which that society is living. So in Kerala, you need less calories to survive because it is epidemiologically better in terms of infectious diseases, or health system is better. So you tend to have access to health facilities much earlier. You don't get worse. Too bad, in Bihar, you wait for your health to deteriorate really badly before you go to the doctor. So that is the argument that I was making in the last slide, that Tamil Nadu needs much lesser calories. Average person in Tamil Nadu needs much lesser calories than average person in Bihar because of differences in epidemiological environment. So that access to calories is important, but how much will differ across the states or across the environment in which you live. But what is more important is to improve the environment itself so that everybody has equal access to health. Because if environment is not good, then richer people can actually insulate themselves and they can have better health. On the other hand, poor people will continue to suffer because environment is not, and poor people are more likely to expose to the environment than the richer people. So a child of a richer person can have a big house, can play in a safer environment for longer period of time. Eventually he has to come out of the house, but his exposure would be much lesser compared to a poor child who actually is born on the street, so his exposure is definitely more. So environment brings improvement in environment brings equity in health outcomes, and that is more important. And that of course reduces the unnecessary, calorie needs of that population would be much lesser, which is one way of protecting the population, because that population will need less calorie to purchase. But having said that, those populations that require or that consume less calories in general, they also consume expensive calories, meaning that per unit cost of calorie is generally very, very high in Kerala compared to Bihar, because Bihar calories are mostly consumed through cereals and pulses. In Kerala, the sources of calories are much more diverse. So you tend to eat more fruits, vegetables, and non-vegetarian protein-oriented diets than a average Bihari would eat. I hope I have been able to answer your question.
Thank you so much. Ansi, is it all fine?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other question?
I see Godwin is here. He can also put some ideas here. Hi, Godwin.
Maybe busy with something else. Godwin, do you have a question? Or a comment, something like that. Okay.
I think.
Okay. Is anybody want to ask anything? Then we can actually have. Otherwise, we will move towards the conclusion of the session. Is it okay, Zach?
Yeah.
If you want to actually reflect anything else, because the data set you are talking about, you can, if you can highlight a little bit on data set and all, then people may be having some sort of idea. To incentivize them to look into data set, because that is normally I do. Actually, your data, you go there and kind of work.
Yeah, I thought that I should just introduce them to. So for the last question, and see, you work for calorie intake and all that, whether how many calories people have been able to access through the PDS and all that. There is this data set called NSSO consumption expenditure, which actually accounts for each and every item that you have consumed. So around 400 items are there. So almost all food items are recorded in that data. And what is the value and quantity of that consumption? Okay. So from that, and then you have a calorie table, meaning that if you are consuming rice, then what is the calorie, protein, and fat included in each of these commodities that household is reporting. So unit, suppose 1 kilo of rice will contain how many calories of energy as well as protein and fat. So you can actually calculate, what is the fat consumption, what is the calorie consumption of each household, or per capita calorie consumption, per capita fat consumption, per capita protein consumption. And because it has also, yeah, and see, you want to say something?
No, sir. No, sir. I was listening. Sorry.
Yeah. So each and every, you can actually account for each and every household's calorie consumption, protein consumption, fat consumption, and if you subtract protein and fat from the total calorie, you will get something like something you can classify as carbohydrate and fiber consumption. So you can actually see the composition of calorie intake for different states or different, economic strata of households. And you can obviously, because you know the value of purchase, so you can actually calculate what is the cost of calorie for each household, or per unit cost of calorie for each household. So this is a regular consumption expenditure survey. Unfortunately, 2017-18 survey was done, but this was not made public because the government thought that this will be reflecting badly on their performance, because data showed some increment in poverty and decline in consumption expenditure, and reduction in consumption expenditure is seen as very, very, unusual in any society, because you can either have same consumption or you can improve in your consumption. Reduction in consumption means that people were forced to compromise on certain consumption. Unfortunately, we don't have access to 2017-18 data. Hopefully, at some point of time, this data will be made public, and then we can analyze that. So these are the data sets. So NSSO has its health rounds, where you can actually calculate, out-of-pocket expenditure, access to insurance, and whether insurance is actually increasing the cost of or making it difficult to access health system. So all kinds of topics you can investigate. Then what kind of disease is causing what kind of expenditure to people, that you can calculate. So it's a very useful. And what is the prevalence rate of different diseases, because people are seeking treatment. So from there you can actually estimate how frequently people are falling sick with what kind of diseases, So it's a very useful data. And how expensive, and if they are expensive, so what are the components of those expenses? Meaning that whether it is the consultation that is causing more expense, or whether it is the medicine, whether it is the diagnostics that is causing more expenses. So these are the things that you can investigate. But as I said, that is only about curative part of the discussion. We have a very strong, determinants of health, which depends on promotive and preventive aspect of health system. So how effective is the promotive and preventive health system? Suppose if Kerala monitors each and every village or panchayats, monitors each panchayat monitors its population on the basis of diabetes or hypertension or heart disease, and then it can recommend what kind of activities they should do in order to remain active and less prone to these diseases. Then it can minimize a lot of expenditure, state as a whole, and individuals can also minimize expenditure as a whole. So these are the things that we need to investigate from these kind of health data sets. So this is NSS, then sanitation survey. Then you have, NFHS and DLHS survey. There are some other isolated data sets, like there is, in Andhra Pradesh, in case of Andhra Pradesh, they have young lives data, which is specifically following a particular cohort of children from their childhood and how they have been performing given their childhood health performance and all that. Young lives survey kind of data, but it is very specific to that. And I forgot one important data set that you can actually use in terms of longitudinal data set is India Human Development Survey, which also has these kind of indicators. But it has only two rounds. One was done in 2004-05 and again 2011-12. So the child health cannot be monitored in such a long. So that's all. And then NFHS, DLHS is very well known. So yeah, I think we should conclude.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for being with us and giving us a lot of basically insight into the nutritional aspect in India and in state-wise also. So thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Shanu, I think. Shanu to be about. No.
It's me, Rashmi, sir.
Rashmi is here. Okay. So Rashmi, please formally conclude the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. The first technical session come to be an end.
Just finish. Hello?
Is the network is?
He's in my room. Yeah. We will get over. It's just a thank you ceremony. Yeah, Siddiq.
Yes. Can we stop? Yeah, I think it is done.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.